Test, test.
Test, test.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Prisme Arena here in Bobigny, Paris. And welcome to day 2 of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup, organised by FIPFA in partnership with Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. This tournament is proudly supported by FIPFA, Power Soccer Shop, and uhlsport. We opened this historic competition in style yesterday with 2 showcase fixtures that really set the tone for what promises to be an unforgettable week of elite Powerchair football. After years of planning, collaboration and vision, the world's top club teams finally take to the court, representing their cities, their cultures and communities on the global stage. In the opening match, host Upsilon Chatenay Malabry rose to the occasion with a commanding 7-0 victory over Western Sydney Wanderers, playing with tempo, playing with control and a real sense of purpose in front of a passionate home crowd. Later in the evening, fellow French side Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq made their own statement, producing a clinical 15-0 win against Mexican champions Rayados Powerchair. A performance full of experience, structure, and most importantly, attacking intent. Beyond the scorelines, though, day 1 captured what this competition is all about and pushing the sport forward. We have the broadcaster of BN Sports France, and for viewers across the globe, myself, Ryan Sipple, alongside Charlie McClellan, will be calling all of the action live. Charlie, how did you find day 1 of this incredible competition?
Yeah, it was amazing, obviously. Such a nice opening ceremony. Really set the tone, and then 2 fantastic matches. The French side really showed us what they're made of, and they are, you know, probably the favourites for this competition. But the FIPFA Champions Cup last year was won by an English team, and it's now the English side's turns this morning to show us what they can do and to show us that they will be in the hunt for this trophy as well, starting with West Bromwich Albion.
Yeah, absolutely. So the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup features 8 clubs from 6 nations who have all earned their places here through either domestic or continental triumphs. The teams are split into 2 groups of 4, with each team guaranteed at least 3 group stage matches. This opening game between West Bromwich Albion and Club Nacional de Football will be their respective firsts. And then throughout the day, we have an incredible schedule to look forward to. At 11:30 Central European Summertime, we have Aspire PFC, the reigning European champions, against Tigres de Pacheco, the reigning South American champions. At 2:30, Upsilon Chatenay Malabry have one of their sternest tests yet against West Bromwich Albion, who are preparing on the court for their opener here. At 4 o'clock, Villeneuve take on Aspire before a final game between Western Sydney Wanderers and Club Nacional de Football.
It's going to be a fantastic day of action. I'm really excited for it. When I saw the fixture list for the group stage, this was probably the day, and most notably sort of the next couple of games that I've been really excited for. I think this is a massive day for obviously the standings of both groups, and especially with the top sides, the potential favourites in each group facing each other today. It's going to be really, really entertaining, and I'm excited to see. You know, I've seen a bit of each of these teams in friendlies, but I haven't seen these guys play competitively, especially the Uruguayan side. Obviously, we have the privilege of watching West Bromwich Albion quite a lot back in England, but the Uruguay team, although 3 of them were in that World Cup squad for Uruguay, which was a fantastic, very entertaining team to watch. You know, Marco Diaz, Francisco Wilde and Lucia Barbosa were all involved in Sydney, but there's a couple of differences to the way they play for their club side, which I've started to notice in friendlies, and which hopefully will be clear to see and very entertaining to watch in this one.
Absolutely. Just for some context on the format of the competition, each team plays every other team within their respective group. The 2 top teams at the conclusion of the group stage advance to the semi-finals, while the remaining 4 move into placement matches to determine rankings from 5th to 8th. And with limited matches and a tight schedule, every game carries weight, and goal difference could prove decisive in the event of tied points, as we saw last year at the FIPFA Champions Cup. That's why today's games are so important. For some, it's a second chance to build momentum. For others, it's a first time we'll see them in action. West Bromwich Albion and Aspire both flying the flag for England, beginning their campaigns today, while Club Nacional de Football and Tigres de Pacheco look to cause early upsets and disrupt expectations. Group stage drama is beginning to take shape, and the pathway to Friday's final is already tightening. You're seeing the crowds gathering here at the Prisme Arena on your screens now. And I hope you're just getting the sense of occasion through these pictures. Charlie and I had a conversation prior to coming on air that once we'd concluded action yesterday, we went back to our respective hotels and flicked on the TV here in Paris, and was greeted by the BN Sports coverage of Villeneuve and Rayados. To be able to go to your hotel room and flick the TV on and see Powerchair Football at the forefront is absolutely incredible. So this is groundbreaking, this tournament, and hopefully this day produces even more so than what we had in the opening 2 games.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited about this tournament as a whole and about what this day can produce for us. I mean, seeing Powerchair Football on the main stage, being able to go to a TV in a random Parisian hotel and flick it on and see Powerchair Football full match replays just live is incredible, absolutely incredible. People tuning in from all across the country and to us from all across the world. It's really massive for the sport. It's a real showcase event. I know it's not the busiest right now, but slowly the Prism here is filling up as well with spectators in the seating. That was basically full for the matches last night, especially the Upsilon game.
Yeah.
And that will be full definitely later in the week when we get to the final, as Cité de Sport was last year for the FIPFA Champions Cup. there's been a massive support online and in person for the last couple of events, major international events, and yeah, it's amazing to see it. It's amazing to see this fantastic sport being showcased on such a massive scale.
So our two teams just having their final warm-ups before getting things underway. Let's go through the squad of West Bromwich Albion. Number 8, Lucas Chrysler. Number 9, Chris Gordon. Number 14, Matthew Gilbert. Number 19, Brad Bates. Number 20, Oliver Rock. Number 21, Abigail Bolt. And number 29, Barris Inall. They are a club that's firmly established themselves as one of the most competitive and consistent teams in the English game. Their rise has been built on an attacking brand of football with quick transitions, intelligent movement and positional flexibility, becoming trademarks of their style. For their challengers, Club Nacional de Football, hailing from Montevideo, Uruguay. They have number 7, Nicolas Pulas, number 8, Marco Diaz, number 9, Francisco Wild, number 10, Lucia Barbosa, and their wildcard edition, who's popped on the screens many times, number 66, the voice of Powerchair Football, Tony Jackson. The club was founded in 2013 and they have steadily developed into one of Uruguay's most recognized adaptive teams, formed kind of under the umbrella of the South American giants Club Nacional de Football. The team was established through collaboration with local disability sports organisations, and since then Nacional have grown through regular participation in national competitions and cross-border competitions and have become a mainstay in Uruguay's Powerchair football scene. The team proudly wears the colours and crest of a club deeply embedded into Uruguayan sporting culture, and that identity has inspired a sense of purpose and pride amongst its players and coaching staff. Their breakthrough came in 2024 when they reached the final of the Copa Libertadores, the South American Premier Cup competition, finishing runners-up to the Argentinians Tigres de Pacheco, who are also here this week. So really excited to see what they can do. As Charlie has already spotlighted, we had the pleasure of watching Marco Diaz, Francisco Wild and Lucia Barbosa specifically in Australia for the World Cup. So if they can produce that same sort of passion and determination, we should have a real game on their hands. In the friendly fixtures we've watched, Charlie, they've been a good watch, haven't they? Yeah,
they've been entertaining, they've been like organised, and they've been scoring some nice goals as well. Obviously, they didn't have Tony Jackson for those friendlies. He's a player that I'm really interested to watch. Obviously, I know Tony Jackson as someone who I've listened to time after time, commentating on major events, a real trailblazer in terms of commentators, but I've never actually watched him play. So it'll be really interesting to see how he fits into this pretty solid Uruguayan team. And for West Bromwich Albion, they will see themselves as favourites in this game, as they probably will be. But they've got to be careful because these Uruguayans, they can definitely cause them issues should they have any lapses in concentration, any tactical issues. As we are just about ready to go here.
That we are. Our referee in the centre, Nico Balin, is assisted by Leo Frega and Steve Crump. Thumbs up from Nicolas Pulas and Chris Gordon, the respective goalkeepers of Club Nacional de Football and West Bromwich Albion. And we are officially underway for day 2 of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup.
Yeah, an early touch for Lucia Barbosa.
The squad's in their entirety. Chris Gordon adorns the goalkeeper jersey of the English side. In the centre at present is Lucas Chrysler, Matt Gilbert and Brad Bates complement West Bromwich Albion's attack. And for Club Nacional de Football, the most defensive of the four is number 7, Nicolas Poulas. In the centre, I suspect will predominantly be their number 9, Francisco Wilde. Captain Marco Diaz currently on the right wing, and Lucia Barbosa on the left.
Yeah, Francisco Wilde is a player that I'm a big fan of. He's got such a flair, typical of a South American footballer.
First chance for Brad Bates, just times that 180. Doesn't trouble Nicolas Poulas, and a second attempt wide of that right-hand post. He'll be disappointed with that, but the early warning signs are there for the Uruguayan Giants.
Yeah, that was a good chance. Brad Bates backs himself in those kind of positions. Unfortunate just to poke wide there.
Nicolas Poulas with the goal kick. Has to be careful of Matt Gilbert if he's going towards that right-hand side, occupied by Francisco Wilde and Lucia Barbosa. Well played by Barbosa, just to let that roll out of play.
Yeah, that's intelligent from the Uruguayan side. They just used West Brom's defensive positioning against them.
Francisco Wilde down to Barbosa. Contact from Lucas Chrysler. Not before a 2-on-1 awarded in West Brom's favour. We're taken by Matt Gilbert. It's brave from Club Nacional de Football. They're condensing West Brom deep into their own half. And that's a nice feint from Chrysler. No doubt trying to usher that ball over to Brad Bates on the left. Clubs just trying to find their rhythm early on. Lucia Barbosa into Francisco Wilde. It just ricochets off the side of his chair, so Matt Gilbert takes possession. Always watch Brad Bates on the high, wide right of West Bromwich Albion. He'll be looking to punish them on swift, decisive counter-attacks. It's nice work from Club Nacional de Football, who are really putting some attacking pressure on the defensive duo of West Brom, comprised of Chris Gordon and Lucas Chrysler. Already we're seeing Lucia Barbosa be really smart in managing the game, not taking too many risks.
Yeah, she's been very heavily involved in these opening minutes. All the best stuff from Club de Nacional has come through her.
Off the back of Lucas Chrysler's chair, back to Francisco Wilde, to Lucia Barbosa. Ricochets between the Uruguayan number 10 and the front of Chris Gordon.
So, a very interesting start to this game.
Slightly square, that pass from Francisco Wilde puts pressure on Nicolas Poulas in defence. Chris Gordon feints to engage that ball. Lucia Barbosa proving a real nuisance.
Yeah, her positioning so far in this game has been absolutely fantastic. She's really just doing what you need to do when you're a pressing winger in a system like this.
Charlie, we often say when reminiscing back on the 2023 FIPFA Powerchair Football World Cup in Sydney, Australia, what our favourite game to commentate alongside one another was. And unanimously, we both said Uruguay versus Northern Ireland. They're such an entertaining team that really have no fear, irrelevant of opposition. I think that's perfectly epitomised by this kind of attacking presence occupied by Francisco Wilde, who's just playing the ball off Lucas Chrysler.
Yeah, real game of chess going on in that corner.
I think Marco Diaz is the intended recipient of these balls from Francisco Wilde, but nothing's really getting through. I think West Brom are comfortable to absorb this attacking pressure.
Yeah, just being forced to be very patient here, West Bromwich Albion, and that's good play from Francisco Wilde. That's really good play.
Very much so. I think already we're seeing the quality of football improve from what we saw yesterday. There were two very dominant performances from our French side, Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq. But it's fair to say today's fixture schedule will be incredibly closely contested, as Barbosa has responsibility of this corner kick into Francisco Wilde, just misses. So Lucas Christo is going to try and break. Contact from Marco Diaz, advantage played sensibly by Nico Balin, but due to that kind of congested area, he brings it back for that contact foul. Maybe an opportunity for West Brom to fragment this almost relentless attack from Club Nacional de Football.
Yeah, it's been a really strong start from the Uruguayan side, showing a lot more in this game than they have in any of the friendlies so far, which I guess is a positive from their point of view. You want to play your best football when it really matters.
Over to Brad Bates via Matt Gilbert. I said it would be an opportunity to fragment that attacking momentum, and they have deflated the Uruguayans with that quick, decisive counter-attacking goal. It was a beautiful screening from Lucas Christo, which allowed the ball to go to Matt Gilbert in space on the left, and Brad Bates made no mistake. 7.5 minutes in, West Bromwich Albion 1, Club Nacional de Football 0.
Yeah, we saw the importance yesterday of that sort of screening dummy player in set pieces, and again, that was so effective. Lucas Christo doing that role this time. Takes a lot of intelligence and a lot of very good timing to get it right as sort of that screen player, but such a useful tool to be able to utilize in set pieces. Movement is always the best way to confuse and get around an opposition defense.
For full information on the tournament, including fixtures, results, team profiles, standings and live updates, please visit the official competition website. As Matt Gilbert, swing and a miss, was intending that target for one of his supporting players, and now you're seeing that kind of identity of West Brom, all four players in the half of Club Nacional de Football, trying to create those overloads and attacks. Don't be surprised if we see 2-on-1 infringements increasing their prevalence. But the tournament website can be found in the YouTube chat, FIPFA-PCWC.com, short for Powerchair World Cup. Matt Gilbert. Brad Bates met by Lucia Barbosa. Brad Bates has switched allegiance in the last 12 months. He was a champion with Aspire, who lifted that FIPFA Champions Cup in Paris last year, and has since rejoined his boyhood team. We're desperately craving that international success. Over the past few seasons, West Bromwich Albion have secured multiple major honours in England, which have really demonstrated the quality, but have helped raise the profile of the club in wider footballing circles. They are heavily linked with West Bromwich Albion, the professional side in England, and now they're just working to ensure that that success on home soil, can be translated onto the global scale. At the recent 2024 FIPFA Champions Cup, the side finished third, which, whilst it was seen as a disappointment based on their incredibly high standards, it did earn them qualification for this competition this week. So they will be desperately hoping that come Friday evening, they are the ones who will be named world champions. We're just observing our first water break of the day. So halfway through every half of football, players will have a little opportunity to rehydrate, but more importantly, Charlie, regroup as a unit and try and give the coaches a bit of time to address some difficult situations or ways in which they can improve or exploit the opposition.
Yeah, I think, if anything, Club Nacional will probably be the happier of the two sides right now. Although West Brom are leading, they haven't really been at their best. They've scored a goal from a set piece, which was well worked, but other than that, in open play, they've not really been able to get the ball moving, which is something that they really focus on. Yeah, it's been a tough game so far for West Brom. They have the quality to turn it around and to make it more of a resounding start. But when you look at the way that teams like Upsilon and Villeneuve started the competition with such convincing and such dominant, almost showcase performances, right now we're not necessarily seeing that from one of the English contenders.
So the team's back out as Francisco Wild takes position on that far side. Closely observed by the coaching setup of West Bromwich Albion. Feints to take into the box, blocked by Lucas Chrysler. Well trapped by Chris Gordon. They're very condensed. Flicked out to Brad Bates. Immediately engaged by Francisco Wild. They haven't got a moment to rest. And Marco Diaz with an incredible goal to put the Uruguayan straight back into it.
What a finish that is from Marco Diaz at the back post. Unbelievable from nowhere. That ball from Francisco Wild finds that gap. Matt Gilbert couldn't cut it out, otherwise he would have had to go into the box, and then that powerful finish from Marco Diaz at the back post. Yeah, they are straight back into it, and that water break, that team talk clearly came in handy for the Uruguayan side. Game on again.
Absolutely, Charlie. That's exactly what we wanted to see from the Uruguayans. The quality, the precision, and the power, both from Francisco Wild, producing that splitting ball, which was millimetres away from Matt Gilbert's bumper. And Marco Diaz made no mistake, absolutely clinical. And we have a real game on our hands.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying this so far. It's been a fantastic watch. So different in play style, the two sides, but it's sort of a baptism of fire. You've got the flair and the dribbling of Club Nacional, and then West Brom, who will try and quick counter-attack, passing moves. This is really a great advert for the competition. It's a real sort of battle of those two styles, as I said, and it's been a fascinating watch so far.
You said during the water break that Club Nacional will probably be the happier of the two sides. That is without question now. Just the bravery in committing players forward, themselves creating overloads in attack, something that is synonymous with West Brom, but they're just unable to do it at present.
I have to say they've probably been, on balance, the dominant side in this game, the Uruguayans. And that's really not what Chris Gordon will have been intending. So it's not quite clicking for the Baggies at present.
Barbosa into Francisco Wild. Cut out by Matt Gilbert, who has to drop off immediately to ensure a 2-on-1 isn't awarded. And straight away, as has been the case for the majority of this first half, an attack spearheaded by Francisco Wild. The ball placed down by our referee, Nico Balin. 15.5 minutes played. West Bromwich Albion 1, Club Nacional de Football 1. Marco Diaz, beautiful angling of his chair into Francisco Wild. Switches to Lucia Barbosa, just slightly too deep to receive that ball. Enough to generate the power, but once again, the commitment from those three attacking players is really commendable.
Yeah, I think just a contact foul given against Wild there when he sort of span, he clipped on the way through, and 2-on-1 against Barbosa and Wild there. But yeah, they're committing real players forward, but then they've always got the backup of Pulas, who really is staying back and sort of in his penalty area, gives them that platform on which to attack because they know that their goal at the end of the day is being guarded.
A beautiful splitting pass from Chris Gordon. Once again, finds Matt Gilbert. We're trying to replicate that earlier goal. That time, Brad Bates couldn't generate the power, or the ball couldn't really reach him. And whilst Club Nacional have the attacking momentum, you can never write off West Brom. They have so much prison power and accuracy, and they will punish you given the opportunity.
Yeah, I think I liked Pulas's sort of attitude there. He tried to cut the pass out rather than trying to get into a shot-saving position. Often goalkeepers, I feel, play it too safe and don't try and block out the initial pass. He made the effort to stop the ball before it got to Brad Bates there and possibly saved his team a goal, because we all know the spin kick of Brad Bates.
Yeah, heavy contact between Francisco Wild and Matt Gilbert. Francisco Wild just doesn't give up pursuit of possession, and he just has that counter-clockwise strike into Matt Gilbert, but due to the number 14's placement of West Bromwich Albion, he's deemed the aggressor as per the FIPFA rules and regulations. So a contact foul, a direct free kick for Francisco Wild, and a really good opportunity for them to score. The dummy from Marco Diaz, back to Lucas Chrysler.
Yeah, this has been a really good battle this first half. I think Lucas Chrysler will be someone who will be wanting to get more involved with potentially the build-up play. In the second half, he's had to do a lot of defending, as it's a fantastic dummy from Chris Gordon.
That was a beautiful dummy from Chris Gordon, just to feint Francisco Wild, but the intended pass to Brad Bates cut out by one of the busiest players, not just in this game, but likely this whole competition, Francisco Wild. They really bring that South American passion as we approach the final minute of the first half. Lucas Chrysler into Chris Gordon, feints again, met by Francisco Wild. 2-on-1 in favour of the English side. So a really good opportunity to end this half in the ascendancy. They scored their earlier goal via a similar set piece, quickly taken by Chris Gordon, over to Brad Bates, and Matt Gilbert can't quite catch up to it. That ball from Brad Bates, slightly too angled out of the path of Matt Gilbert, but the intention definitely there. And you have to say they're the real opportunities that West Brom have to punish Club Nacional de Football. Beyond that, in terms of in-play possession and chances, they've all gone to the Uruguayans.
Yeah, they've been really good from set pieces so far, West Brom. Look a threat every time they get one in a attacking area. Something that they've clearly worked on. When we watched them in the National League this season, it was one of their great strengths as well. But yeah, as you said, from open play, they'll be wanting to improve their output 100%.
Into additional time of this first half. Deep kick in for West Bromwich Albion to be taken by Matt Gilbert. Marco Diaz coming to closely hug the chair of Chris Gordon. Over to Brad Bates. The pick-off has no power to return to Chris Gordon. So Licia Barbosa deep into additional time. Very close to Marco Diaz there, who's just trapped in that top left-hand corner. So Nico Balin has no choice but to award a 2-on-1. And just for those unaware, 2-on-1 infringement occurs when two teammates and one opponent are within 3 meters of the ball, and both teammates are deemed to be actively involved in play. But what a brilliant first half of football to kickstart day 2 of this historic competition. If you're tuning in for the first time, we really do have an action-packed schedule. Next up, 11:30 Central European Summertime, Aspire take on Tigres de Pacheco. At 2:30, Upsilon Chatenay Malabry take on West Brom. At 4, Villeneuve take on Aspire. And finally, Western Sydney Wanderers take on Club Nacional de Football, as that set ball leads to the half-time whistle being blown. A brilliant half of football. West Bromwich Albion 1, Club Nacional de Football 1. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half of the opening game of day 2 between West Bromwich Albion and Club Nacional de Football. What a brilliant opening half. This has undoubtedly been the most entertaining contest of the tournament so far. It was West Brom who struck early and struck first, slightly against the run of play via a clinical, well-worked set piece, capitalised on by Brad Bates to make it 1-0. Club Nacional team plenty of the ball early on, controlling possession deep in West Brom's half and applying sustained pressure, but it was the English side who found that breakthrough. To their credit, Club Nacional didn't panic. They stayed composed, they kept the ball moving and eventually got their reward. And what a goal it was. Marco Diaz stepped up with one of the most composed and technically impressive finishes we've seen in the competition so far, leveling the score and giving us an incredible game of football. It's 1-1 at the break and both sides are showing that they've got the talent and the belief to go far in this competition. Charlie, give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I think, first of all, full credit to Club Nacional. They were very good in that first half. I think probably better than I was even expecting, having watched them in the friendlies. They've really stepped up their game when it's got competitive. Yeah, they've been fantastic so far. In terms of West Bromwich Albion, they've struggled to get the ball moving. As you said, they've not been at their free-flowing best. As you can see here, they're having their quite an intense discussion at half-time. Obviously, Colin Gordon, former England manager, is assisting his son, Chris Gordon, this week. Colin, with the passing football style ingrained in him, will be trying to find solutions on how to get this ball moving a little bit better, try and get a bit of pace in the game, because right now, the pace, the tempo, the style of the game is really bringing out the best in the Uruguayan side and hindering West Bromwich Albion from playing that sort of football that we all know they're capable of.
Yeah, Colin Gordon, one of the masterminds that pioneered almost the 4-out style of play that West Brom haven't been able to adopt in this opening game. So will they be looking to be a bit braver, as we're seeing Club Nacional be? But what a game of football it is nonetheless. This competition is being hosted at the Prisme, which stands for the Pôle de Référence Inclusive Sportif Métropolitain, and it is rapidly becoming a central hub for parasport in France. It was purpose-built with accessibility, equality and elite performance at its heart, and it was developed as a lasting legacy from the 2024 Paris Paralympics. It served as a training base during those competitions, and in a powerful gesture of the legacy, the Agitos, the iconic symbol of the Paralympic movement, which was displayed on the Arc de Triomphe during those games, now resides just outside the front door. But we are back for the second half in this incredible game between West Bromwich Albion and Club Nacional de Football. The Prisme Arena is starting to really grow in its atmosphere, with teams flooding in to watch potential or confirmed opponents as Lucia Barbosa gets things underway, and as was the case in the first 20 minutes, straight back to applying pressure on Chris Gordon in the West Brom defence.
Yeah, and there's been changes at the break as well. Brad Bates and Matt Gilbert have been replaced by Ollie Rock and Abby Bolt. So all change on the wing. Maybe this is the way that West Bromwich Albion are going to try and get the ball moving a bit better. They know how important it is that they secure 3 points in this opening group game, especially with Upsilon Chatenay Malabry being their next game. And even though they are without Momo Galami, that's going to be a very tough test. You'd expect a sterner test than they are currently struggling with right now.
Francisco Wilde. Just constant pressure. It'll be on the responsibility of Chris Gordon, one of the most decorated players in the sport, to provide that leadership that guidance, that inspiration now for those younger players in Ollie Rock and Abby Bolt, who have never really experienced this level of football before on the international stage. As Francisco Wilde has a kick in, Lucia Barbosa in the box. It goes into the side of Lucas Chrysler. Flicked into the centre. Ollie Rock comes to meet it. Probably sensibly just reverts to engaging that ball and taking it down this left-hand wing. It was a very congested area, and those Uruguayan players are just ready to capitalise with those pick-offs and those interceptions.
Yeah, I think traditionally in this style of play, you'd probably expect Ollie Rose to try and play that back in to the centre, but I think he made a good decision there by just taking it wide and taking the pressure off West Brom a little bit, because this second half has started with a very familiar pattern than the first half was played in.
Chris Gordon has Ollie Rock very close to his left, who he opts to find. Doesn't get the timing or connection. That's disappointing for West Bromwich Albion. And what was a real goal-scoring opportunity results in a deep kick-in in West Brom's own half.
Lucas Chrysler just sat over this. Not a huge amount of particularly obvious options, but that's a great touch from Abby Bolt. That really is. Just delicate to just send it down the line, but Ollie Rock doesn't do anything particularly productive with it, and it ends up going out for a goal kick.
It's obviously a trademark of the game. You referenced it in the first half. Those nearest players acting as the screens, or just the player with the responsibility of just shepherding it out to the high and wide wingers. And Abby Bolt did it brilliantly there. But it needs those players to commit forward in attack, because Ollie Rock's had very little options had he been able to generate the power and or accuracy to put a ball across the box. Good interception from Abby Bolt to keep the pressure and possession in the half of Club Nacional de Football, and it is a marked improvement from the first half.
Yeah, I think there's been a contact foul against Francisco Wilde on Abby Bolt, and you can understand why he sort of rushed in to engage. Abby Bolt just sprung and pressed a goal kick, a loose pass, and nearly caused an issue, and I think Francisco Wilde was panicked by that.
And to Abby Bolt, back to Chris Gordon, switches the play to Ollie Rock. Again, his timing wasn't necessarily there, but nor was the gap. So it goes out for a West Bromwich Albion kick-in. Ollie Rock to Chris Gordon, blocked by Lucia Barbosa, and a potential overload in attack now. Really clinical, decisive pass there from Lucas Chrysler. Evaded the two oncoming players of Lucia Barbosa and Francisco Wilde, as Chris Gordon just weaves his way into the defensive box. Nicolas Poulas has been one of the least involved players in the fixture, as Lucia Barbosa, as she has done all game, has brilliant management of her chair to just ensure the trajectory of the ball goes in favour of Club Nacional de Football.
Yeah, this has been a very tactically impressive performance from Club Nacional. It's just been a performance of real grit and determination. They've been in the right positions to thwart attacks when they've needed to. It's been a very good watch. And 5 minutes into this second half, and the game is following a very familiar pattern.
Over to Marcos Diaz. He has that trademark shot. He engages it in an unorthodox way. You'd expect him to almost go clockwise to engage that ball, but it's the counter-clockwise intention of it that completely confuses the opposition. And whilst it was wide, it's a real threat in the arsenal of Club Nacional de Football.
Yeah, I remember him doing it at the World Cup a couple of times, and I saw him do it at the friendlies. He sort of goes the way you don't expect him to, an unorthodox spin, and it really works for him really well.
It does, but the problem is those opportunities have been few and far between. The success that Club Nacional de Football have had is through that locked up dribbling form of football, but it shows that when they can expand it and get their passing going, if they can locate Marco Diaz, they can really punish their opposition. Fired into the box, a dangerous decision there for Francisco Wilde. I think there was more risk than it was potential reward, trying to fire that ball across a very congested central area. So a little bit of naivety, but this is there will be no better place to learn than a platform and a competition such as this. It's Abby Bolt, back to Chris Gordon. Closed down by Lucia Barbosa. It's going to go over to Marco Diaz, who again shapes up to engage it.
What a touch that was from Marco Diaz. Not really sure how he got it into that area, but
I think he very much prefers engaging it with the right side of his chair, which is why we're seeing these unorthodox contacts. It's Marco Diaz. Chris Gordon into the centre, met by Lucia Barbosa. Gordon into the back wheel of Nicolas Poulas. West Bromwich Albion 1, Club Nacional de Football 1. We've played 28.5 minutes. It's Abby Bolt down to Chris Gordon. Into the box, trying to squeeze the ball between Nicolas Poulas and Francisco Wilde. The Uruguayans yet to utilise Tony Jackson from the bench.
Yeah, and I don't think I would. Not because he's not a good player, but it's working for them right now.
It's so finely balanced, isn't it? I think West Brom had to make changes to try and force the narrative in their favour, but if you're Club Nacional de Football, you've done very little wrong.
Yeah, I think Francisco Wilde, the way he's played as the middleman, he's not been the most neat and tidy performance, but he's done a lot of dirty work in this game. It's really worked for him. And they're making the changes back now. West Bromwich Albion, so they've taken off Ollie Rock and Abby Bolt, and they've brought the starting pair back on, maybe just to allow them a chance to sort of watch the game from outside and see what they can do to try and change the balance here. Because with 10 minutes remaining right now, this result for a side that will be seeing it as almost essential that they qualify for the semi-finals, West Bromwich Albion, this is not a result that will facilitate that necessarily.
Just observing our second water break of the game. Will we see kind of a repeat of the earlier occurrence where they really did come out the traps, regrouped and re-energised following this hydration break? But a brilliant game of football, which will be followed by even more brilliant games. Aspire versus Tigres de Pacheco, the reigning European champions against the reigning South American champions. The first time the two have ever met. And then Upsilon Chatenay Malabry take on West Bromwich Albion. Villeneuve Dask take on Aspire. and Western Sydney Wanderers take on Club Nacional de Football, as you're seeing that Marco Diaz chance, probably their best of this second half.
I mean, it's by no means an easy finish, but you think now, watching it there, could he have gone short of the near post and done a more trademark finish? He went all the way round, but was that actually the right thing to do in that moment?
And that's the challenge you set Marco Diaz now, is to say your selection of shots needs to be considered, because whilst that unorthodox approach is really unconventional and catches the opposition unaware, if it's something that is so telegraphed and it's something you proceed to do throughout the game, it's both this and the others within the competition, opponents will become savvy to it, will be able to read it and cut it out. So it's then, can you look to utilise a different form of shot or pass to ensure that the opposition is unaware as to your intention?
Yeah, I might be about to eat my words, but I doubt that will work again in this game for Marco Diaz in terms of scoring a goal. You never know, but I don't see that being an avenue for a scoring opportunity in this game. So yeah, the question is, can he diversify his choice of passing and shots? And if he can, well, there will be more action. The one thing I will say is I feel confident there's going to be one big chance left in this game. I don't know which team for, but it'll be interesting to see if they take it. But it feels like there's one moment left. The ball went out just briefly there. Brad Bates thought he'd done enough to keep it in. Contact foul against Matt Gilbert as well. I think that's his second of the game.
Francisco Wild into Lucia Barbosa, just tries to angle her chair to ensure that ball rolls towards the West Bromwich Albion goal.
I think Francisco Wild might be about to be given a yellow card. For a third contact foul. Brad Bates took a ball across. Gilbert with the strike. And I told you there'd be a moment, and there it is. Matt Gilbert gets it. It was again off a dead ball. We said that that was the area from which West Bromwich Albion have most threatened in this game. Matt Gilbert finishes at the back post and potentially secures a massive 3 points for Albion, who haven't been at their best. But that strike from Gilbert, just enough to sort of wrong foot the Nacional defence.
Yeah, it's almost a trademark of their games. That set piece, that 1-2-3, engages all three advanced attacking players. Chris Gordon with the initial interaction, down to the high and wide winger who just switches the ball across the box. And Matt Gilbert capitalises brilliantly. He's such an underrated player, one who I absolutely love watching. And he's done it on the global stage now. The task for West Bromwich Albion is to ensure that they remain resolute now.
He's got to be careful here, Francisco Wild. Been booked, had another contact foul since. Just needs to be sensible.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he served a suspension in the World Cup.
Yeah,
he's such a front foot aggressor that it's part of his game, but it's not something you'd want to mute because it's such a strong part of their identity, as it was very congested there. Several players, certainly the three attacking players of Club Nacional de Football, were without question within 3 meters of one another. It's eventually brought back by Nico Balin. Lucia Barbosa into Francisco Wild. They haven't got a great deal of time left to get back into this game. And with just 3 group stage matches, every goal, every chance could be crucial to teams progressing to Thursday's semi-final or falling short and having to contest one of the placement fixtures. As Lucia Barbosa brilliantly intercepts, but not angled to trouble Lucas Chrysler, who's had little involvement since that second water break. Marco Diaz just puts himself in a position that leads to Club Nacional de Football getting their second yellow card, Charlie. It's something that they're going to have to be considerate of, because I suspect that if one of these players received a yellow card in their second group stage game, they'd have to serve a suspension in the third.
Yeah, I can't think Marco Diaz has been massively involved in contact. I feel like he's been a bit unlucky there. I don't want to, go against the warning system if he's been warned, but I can't remember him being... I know Francisco Wild is engaged in quite a lot, and same with Lucia Barbosa to an extent, but it doesn't feel like Marco Diaz has been the one doing most of the fouling. But yeah, second yellow card.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Francisco Wild, it's completely justifiable, but Marco Diaz will be disappointed with that, but it also means he has to be really alert. We are approaching the final minute. At the moment, West Bromwich Albion have the bragging rights. They lead by 2-1, but irrelevant of the final result. How good have Club Nacional de Football been, Charlie?
Yeah, they've been really, really good. I think maybe they've sort of faded away a little bit towards the end of this second half, and obviously around the time of West Brom getting in the goal, that wasn't the best from them. But in terms of their general performance, their general play, and especially the way they played in that first half, they probably do deserve something from this game. It'll be really unfortunate if they do go on to lose for them, but it's a performance to take a lot of pride in, a lot of credit out of. And when they've got, Western Sydney Wanderers later, obviously Upsilon's going to be difficult, but Western Sydney Wanderers, that'll be a game that they'll feel is winnable if they play like they have now. And also, let's say they don't qualify for this for the top 4 semi-finals. There's still the entire sort of bottom 4 bracket placement, semi-finals and final, that they'll feel they can go on to win.
That was a chance for Marco Diaz there to put a little bit of pressure on Lucas Chrysler, but the opportunity out of danger. So this probably one of the last real chances. Of course, with those water breaks, we do observe at least 2 minutes of additional time for each game. But a brilliant opportunity here for Club Nacional de Football. Deep into additional time to be taken by Marco Diaz. Lucia Barbosa is going to have to be considerate of her placement there, as Marco Diaz is just guided and ushered into that top right-hand corner, or bottom right as you're viewing it, and over the face of goal, cleared by Chris Gordon, and a potential break on for Brad Bates, who just tries to guide it goal bound. Nicolas Poulas with brilliant defence to just guide it out of danger.
Yeah, he did quite well there, actually, Poulas, in the end. He was isolated one-on-one with Brad Bates.
Brad Bates into the box, controlled by Chris Gordon, looking to find Matt Gilbert on that right. The tempo definitely decreased in what was a very high-octane first half. As Lucas Christa now takes the position in the centre with Chris Gordon dropping back. Francisco Wild desperately trying to prevent Christa from getting a sight on goal. Huge thank you to everyone that's tuning in. We have plenty more world-class action across the day here in the closing seconds of this fixture between West Bromwich Albion and Club Nacional de Football in Group A. Looks as if it's going in the favour of the English side. And they have an opportunity to further safeguard that lead via this corner ball to be taken by Brad Bates. Chris Gordon probably will act as the screen, as we see so many teams try and do, but is so reliant on that initial accuracy and power. Not before the full-time whistle is blown by Nico Balin. A brilliant half of football. It's West Bromwich Albion who take all 3 points with a hard-fought 2-1 win over Club Nacional de Football. It wasn't the most polished performance we've seen from them, but it was professional, composed, and ultimately effective. West Brom took their chances when they came, managed the game well, and showed the kind of tournament maturity that is so important at this level. Club Nacional pushed them all the way. They controlled long spells of possession and played with real intent, but couldn't quite find that second goal to get them back on level terms. Still, they've shown plenty of quality and will take positives into their remaining group stage fixtures.
Yeah, I think that's a good assessment. I think, listen, Club Nacional were very good, very good. They played really well, much better than they played in the friendly games, but they're really unlucky not to get something out of it. I can't help but feel a bit like they deserved something from the game. But West Brom are an experienced team. As we've said, and we say this when we cover the National League in England as well, it's the teams that win a lot tend to be able to go deep in games, find that late goal, find that 3 points out of basically nowhere. That's what they did, and yeah, it was a thoroughly enjoyable watch.
They didn't exert a great deal of energy, did they? Which is important because stamina comes into these sorts of tournaments that is really intense. The heat plays a factor, so the fact that they can come out of this fixture with 3 points to their name is ultimately the most important stat. But thank you to all that are tuning in, to myself, Ryan Sipple, alongside Charlie McClellan at the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup, as you can see on your screens. Next up, Aspire PFC versus Tigres de Pacheco, which kicks off at around 11:30 Central European Summertime. See you all then. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Prism Arena for Game 2 of Day 2 of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. And what a game we have in store. Aspire PFC of England face off against Tigres de Pacheco from Argentina in a key Group B clash. Aspire come into this tournament as reigning European champions, having lifted the 2024 FIPFA Champions Cup in Paris just a year ago. Standing in their way is Tigres de Pacheco, the 2024 Copa Libertadores champions. A team full of energy, heart and resilience, representing Argentina. They'll be eager to bring that South American flair and intensity to this stage, and with both sides aiming to start their campaigns off on the front foot. This one promises to be fast-paced, tactical and full of individual quality. My name is Ryan Sipple, and alongside me I have Charlie McClellan to call the action live. Charlie, how are you?
I am buzzing for this one. Actually buzzing for the next 3 games, because we have got some serious bangers on the playlist for you guys today from the Prisme Bobigny. But yeah, this is going to be an absolutely unbelievable match of football. Tigres are such an exciting side. They bring that South American flair, as you mentioned, against the reigning European champions. 2 continents collide. How better of a way to spend a Tuesday morning than watching this game? It's going to be an absolute cracker.
Absolutely it is. You're seeing the match officials on the court for this one. We have Clement Berthelou as our central referee, assisted by Carolyn Goldsborough. Leo Frager, the fourth official, is Mark Simon Green. Charlie, if you would please go through the Aspire squad and give us a little taste of what to expect from the reigning European champions.
Yeah, so we have number 2, Sally McNeil, number 7, Dan McClellan, a current serving England international, number 8, John Boulding in the middle, who everyone in Powerchair Football knows, recently handed a Lifetime Achievement Award by the English Powerchair Football Association for his services to the game over there. An absolute staple of the sport, a legend of the sport, and one of the undoubted greatest of all time. Number 10, Jordan Williams. Number 14, Bobby Williams, who this will be one of his last involvements in Powerchair Football for Aspire in terms of playing, although he is moving into a coaching role this season, but winning this would send him into retirement happy. Number 20, Tom Kelly. Number 26, Rosie Hodgson. And number 40, who is currently adorning the goalkeeper jersey, the yellow goalkeeper jersey, Tom Kelly in goal. Yeah, Aspire are a side that come here with big ambitions to defend their international crown and to upgrade their position as European champions to a position as champions of the world as well.
Yeah, let's go through the squad of Tigres de Pacheco. They have number 7, Matthias Vignola. They have number 10, Valentino Zegarelli. They have number 13, Caleb Mandour. They have number 18, Heber Lopez, and number 30, Juan Batista Giangelo. They are one of the most accomplished teams in South American Powerchair football. They have grown into a powerhouse of the sport across the continent. Their most recent success and their ticket to the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup came in October 2024, when they were crowned the 6th Copa Libertadores champions, winning the title for a 3rd time in their history. That tournament took place in Rio de Janeiro, and the Tigres rose to the occasion with a commanding 3-0 win over their Uruguayan rivals, Club Nacional de Football, who we watched a few minutes ago. Sadly, since that incredible campaign, Santiago Robles, who produced a standout performance in that competition, has sadly passed away, a deeply respected figure within the sport. Santiago was not only an incredible player, but a psychologist, a communicator, a passionate advocate for Powerchair football. He proudly represented both Tigres de Pacheco and the Argentinian national team, winning multiple national and continental titles. His loss is felt deeply by all who knew him, and his memory remains firmly part of Tigres' ongoing story. Around Santiago, in that Copa Libertadores team, you had sensational players such as Valentino Zegarelli, Caleb Manzor, Teber Lopez, and Juan Bautista D'Angelo. So this is a squad packed to the brim with quality, with Libertadores titles in 2017, 2022 and 2024. Can they add a world title to their impressive list of accolades?
Yeah, this is going to be just an unbelievable game. I cannot wait. There is a real sense of anticipation around the arena for this one. Both teams bringing significant and very vocal support. Tigres de Pacheco just in front of us with that big flag spread over 3 rows of seats with Tigres de Pacheco on and the tiger stripes. They have supporters stood up singing with like hats on. That one of them is actually the head of a tiger, which is a very cool looking hat. And then up the other end there's Aspire. Most of their supporters adorning red with a big flag. There's somebody in a morph suit. They've got the vuvuzela horns. There's been a very big atmosphere leading up to this game, and I'm sure it's only going to crank up when that first whistle goes. In terms of the two teams, both played in several friendly games. I managed to watch Tigres against West Bromwich Albion, which was a very intense and very interesting tactical game. I'm sure there was a lot that they weren't giving away, Tigres de Pacheco, in that game that we'll see in this one. But they, to me, look very positionally fluid. They look like they rotate positions a lot. They look very comfortable playing with a high line, very comfortable filling in gaps where needs be. They look to be trying to cause carnage is the only word I can really use to describe it. A lot of the set-piece routine is revolved around just pure sort of chaos in the penalty area. Players all starting in a little burst and then bursting out into positions. It's going to make for a fantastic game if that's what we see here. The sort of tactical precision and the traditional sort of play style of Aspire revolved around quick passing and incisive moves, and then the flair and the chaos of Tigres de Pacheco. As we said with the game earlier with West Bromwich Albion and Club Nacional, which was similar, it could create the perfect storm here this morning.
Just for context, if you're tuning in for the first time, the 2025 Powerchair Football Club World Cup features 8 teams from 6 nations who have each earned their spaces here through domestic or continental triumphs. The teams are split into 2 groups of 4, with each group guaranteed 3 group stage matches. These 2 comprise 2 teams of the 4 within Group B. Also within their selection is Villeneuve Dask and Rayados Powerchair. We saw that commanding 15-0 victory for the French side on home soil yesterday against Rayados. So they almost have the bragging rights within the group stage. This will be a very closely contested one, I have no doubt. But 3 points, just considering the way the group stage has gone already, puts you in the driving seat to ensure that you're in Thursday's semi-final. So the top 2 teams from each group will advance to them semi-finals, and then the remaining 4 across Group A and Group B will be moved into placement matches to determine final rankings from 5th through to 8th. But what a competition we're having. We just had a sensational game contested between English side West Bromwich Albion and the Uruguayan side hailing from Montevideo, Club Nacional de Football. So when you're referencing this one, this is European champions against the reigning South American champions. So if that game earlier is anything to go by, this should be one of the games of the tournament.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic, and it looks like the warm-ups are over. So we will be very shortly getting underway. And this is one of the first things I want to highlight before the game even kicks off, is the interesting kickoff tactic of Tigres de Pacheco, which you can see now. You can see both D'Angelo and Eber Lopez at the bottom of your screen. Valentino Zegarelli, traditionally from when I've seen this, he will look to play the ball wild. He'll chase it and then they'll sort of fill in behind him into the positions. It's just such a chaotic and interesting way to start a football match.
It's the beauty of a global competition. We see all these different cultures and perceptions and interpretations of the game. So that's what makes it such an incredible competition. It is very unique. Juan Bautista D'Angelo and Heber Lopez hugging one another on that far side. Picked off by D'Angelo over to Heber Lopez. We are officially underway in this group stage fixture between Aspire and Tigres de Pacheco. The starting lineups in their entirety. Aspire have John Dixon as the designated goalkeeper in the centre, the familiar John Bolden, with Dan McClellan and Rosie Hodgson on either wing. And for Tigres de Pacheco, they have Caleb Manzour, they have Valentino Zegarelli, they have Heber Lopez and Juan Bautista D'Angelo. Very similar to the Argentinian national team. McClellan to Bolden, looking to start the game on the front foot. I think if you're Tigres de Pacheco, you're looking to limit the chances early on. We've seen a lot of the fixtures in this tournament be dictated by that opening goal. So the longer Tigres can remain resolute, the more success they will have on the potential counters. It's a beautiful pass from Dan McClellan over to Rosie Hodgson, which is connected with well, but blocked by Caleb Manzour.
Yeah, it's a good start to this game. Exactly what you'd expect in terms of the intensity. And it goes out for a kick-in for the Argentinian side.
Valentino Zegarelli voted the most valuable player at the 2023 FIPFA Powerchair Football World Cup. He followed up that competition by seeking a move to England, where he competed with West Bromwich Albion, winning both the National League Premiership and the WFA Cup. He was also present in their squad in Paris last year as a ricochet off the front of Zegarelli's bumper, just wide of that left-hand post. The first real opportunity. John Dixon had it covered either way, but John Bolden's going to have to be considerate of those potential interceptions throughout the game.
Yeah, they need to be really careful. One of the things with the positioning of Tigres is that they do allow for that sort of ricochet, that weird moment that you wouldn't perhaps expect.
Nice dummy from Bolden. Over to Rosie Hodgson, trying to switch the play. Locked up by Zegarelli, who dispossesses. Juan Bautista D'Angelo is locked in that top right-hand corner. This is something we saw in the earlier game with Francisco Wild Charlie, how he has to be considerate and careful of those contact fouls. When referencing the World Cup in Sydney, Valentino Zegarelli served several game suspensions. Yeah. He's a very front-foot aggressor. Well, I don't think it's unfair to say he's an aggressive player, physical player, but he's going to have to manage that in games such as this.
Well, yeah, he was also sent off by this referee in the FIPFA Cup semi-final last year, given 2 yellow cards by Clement Berthelou. So, yeah, he's not got a great history with the discipline side. He's got 2 warnings in as many minutes, which is not a good start to the game in terms of discipline. I know he, of course, is going to have to engage with contact dribbling, but there's a way to do it, and he needs to be careful that he toes the line, especially with the French referee. We know that the French are particularly on the contact rule. They don't like it when players even look like they're going to try and push through another player. It's less about the intention, more about the action, and so
he has to adapt his game, doesn't he? Because he's footballing in Argentina. They're almost more lenient with regards to those contact, physical interactions between players, and also his time playing in England. We are far more relaxed when it comes to those infringements. So he's going to have to tailor his game. We're going to need to see that maturity and that experience be pulled upon here, because he's going to be such an important player if Tigres are to progress. He has responsibility of this indirect free kick. He has D'Angelo and Lopez in support. Opts for the former, but blocked by John Bolden. Nicely controlled by Dan McClellan down this wing. These two will be very familiar with one another's games, having competed against each other on several occasions, both at club and country level.
Yeah, it started how you'd expect, both teams sort of trying to feel the game out, understand their opposition.
Nice pass into the path of Valentino Zegarelli. Seems to be everywhere. Nice bit of space for John Bolden. Fires it diagonally to Rosie Hodgson, who can't quite get the time in. Had she done so, it would have almost certainly been the opening goal for Aspire. You're seeing now just that precision from John Bolden and how close Rosie Hodgson is to making contact.
Yeah, it's unlucky. So close. And yeah, as you said, there would have been some serious power on that shot from Rosie Hodgson. I doubt there would have been able to be anything done about it from the goalkeeper.
That's contact appealed for by John Bolden. And for the third time this game, Valentino Zegarelli.
Into a tough challenge. It's not given.
It's not given, despite the appeals of the Aspire 4 players. But it would not surprise me if we see yellow cards be awarded as the ball rolls down to John Bolden. Nice, precise pass to Dan McClellan, very condensed. The correct decision from the referee, I think.
Yeah, just, I mean, there was probably a 2-on-1 afterwards between Dan McClellan and John Bolden, but...
That's after the fact, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bolden trying to find those pockets in between the Tigres de Pacheco players. And you have to commend the effort of the South Americans so far, because whilst there's been opportunities for Aspire, on the most part, they've been very well organised.
Indeed, they have. Foul given against Eber Lopez.
If this wasn't enough for your Powerchair football fix, next up we have Upsilon Chatenay Malabry against West Bromwich Albion, as the ball once again put across the face of goal. Rosie Hodgson again doesn't quite make connection with the ball. She's going to want to try and ensure that as the game progresses, that accuracy, that timing, that precision is capitalised on, because she puts herself in some fantastic positions, Charlie.
Yeah, you don't wonder whether she could have maybe gone with a side hit. I don't know. It was a great chance. It was a great ball across from Dan McClellan. Aspire are having a lot of joy in terms of creating openings in this game, and yeah, it's just about whether they take them.
Bolden into the central channel. Engaged by Valentino Zegarelli to Dan McClellan. Fairly fluid system adopted by Aspire, which will see Dan McClellan often take that role as that central orchestrator. He's almost the protege of John Bolden, regarded by many as the heir to his throne in both the Aspire and England setup, as it ricochets off the back of Caleb Manzour's chair out for a corner ball.
Yeah, it's been a good start from Aspire. Other than a couple of hairy moments where there's been unfortunate ricochets, they've seemed to be controlling the ball, and that central pairing of Dan McClellan and John Bolden, they almost play as a diamond now, Aspire, with McClellan and Bolden both pulling the strings, as that set piece wasn't quite what they were hoping for.
It wasn't, but a really nice assured clearance from Valentino Zegarelli. You can see their single substitute in Matthias Vignola over watching the game, itching to come on. But the energy is starting to build in the Prisme Arena.
But, yeah, this is what I was talking about here, when they're all bunched up at the edge of the box.
Very much, very unique, because if it gets locked up, and also considering there's no defensive player present, but you can see the opening, it's the risk versus reward factor, and the interpretations of Powerchair football tactics around the world is fascinating to me, and that's why we need competitions like this. So why it's so historic.
I mean, that moment where there was literally nobody home for Tigres at all. If it had got up to Rosie Hodgson, who was literally in miles of space in the centre, it's a goal.
We're seeing from the South Americans the unorthodox techniques and tactics. Marco Diaz for Club Nacional de Football, and just the tactical setups of Tigres as John Bolden splits the ball past Valentino Zegarelli. That's the real task of John Bolden or whoever's occupying that central role. That's unfortunate that, I think, if there was a 2-on-1, it wouldn't have been as through Heber Lopez. It would have been Juan Batista D'Angelo, who I thought just backed off in time. But one thing's for certain, I think with regards to both Aspire or Tigres, they're going to appeal everything. As Rosie Hodgson doesn't get that time in again. If she can work on just that millisecond of contact, she's going to be a formidable threat for Aspire on that wing.
Yeah, I just think it's that little touch from John Bolden that maybe not throws her off, because you'd expect the player to be able to adapt to it, but that makes it a different picture for her all the way through.
All of their success, Aspire, has come when they've managed to isolate Valentino Zegarelli. If they can break that persistent press of the Tigres captain, they have a real opportunity to open the scoring. We've had 11 minutes, Aspire 0, Tigres de Pacheco 0. A brilliant tactical game of Powerchair football.
And we're going to have our water break now. So a chance for both teams to have a bit of tactical discussion. I think both teams will be decently happy with how it's gone so far. Tigres are obviously trying to exploit opportunities to counter-attack.
Yeah, you're seeing the team talk of Aspire haven't quite figured out a way to break the defense of Tigres de Pacheco. Caleb Mentor has been very isolated. He's only really had involvement when they've been brave in them kind of set pieces. And you're seeing the coaches of Tigres de Pacheco in Ignacio Aguilera and Facundo Cala with that tactics board overseen by Matthias Vignola. I think they'll be happy with the performance of the opening 10, 11 minutes. But Aspire have had the more clear-cut opportunities, and if their high and wide wingers can capitalise on the string of service from John Bolden, it will be a matter of it'll be a matter of when, not if they score.
Yeah, it certainly will. Both very animated team talks, but then you'd expect that when the game is so finely balanced.
Huge thank you to everyone that's tuning in. Over 200 viewers currently on YouTube. The games are also being streamed on BN Sports France for people based in this country. The schedule in its entirety today following this one, the time of Paris. 2:30, Upsilon Chatenay Malabry take on West Bromwich Albion. At 4, Villeneuve take on Aspire. And then finally, Western Sydney Wanderers take on Club Nacional de Football. Heber Lopez blocked off by John Bolden. Zegarelli down to Heber Lopez. A little bit more territory in the Aspire half, but not clinical enough to generate a goal-scoring opportunity. 14 minutes gone, Aspire 0, Tigres de Pacheco 0. John Dixon with a chrome bumper into John Bolden, trying to thread the pass to Dan McClellan. 2-on-1 surely in favour of Tigres de Pacheco. Dan McClellan very close to his captain on that occasion. So an indirect free kick for them to generate an opportunity. I don't think they've had any clear sight of goal as of yet, as Gilbert Lopez takes trolls. Back to Gilbert Lopez on the edge of the box. Not quite generating the power to trouble Aspire, but they're going to be awarded a second indirect free kick despite the appeals of John Bolden.
Yeah, this is a big chance for Tigres now. This is the kind of thing that you'd expect. They've done a lot of work on as well. The situation that is basically an ideal position to have a free kick.
So Khaled Manzour is going to have a short punch into the path of Valentino Zegarelli. John Bolden reads it brilliantly. Khaled Manzour has to be careful of his placement, desperately trying to vacate the space. And despite him having a hand up to apologise as to his placement, Clement Berthelou, our central referee, awards the indirect free kick to the reigning European champions. Worth noting that both West Bromwich Albion and Aspire contest the National Cup competition of England on Sunday. So following the conclusion of this Club World Cup, they're quickly back on their travels to England to contest the 2025 John Good Group WFA Cup from St George's Park.
Yeah, it's a busy week for Aspire and West Bromwich Albion. Very busy.
Valentino Zegarelli has to be careful of the placement of this kick. That's good from D'Angelo. Very cagey in this first half. A really nice compliment on the bench of Aspire. Should they wish to switch things up across this game, Tom Kelly, Sally McNeil, Bobby Williams and Jordan Williams. And as already mentioned, the single substitute for Tigres de Pacheco in Matthias Vignola. Good pass from Dan McClellan, but an assured clearance from Khaled Manzour ensures it doesn't meet its intended target of Rosie Hodgson.
Yeah, good dribbling from Eber Lopez. Very highly rated player in Argentina.
Going to get a first card of the game despite the appeals of Tigres de Pacheco. I think it was for Khaled Manzour.
It was Eber Lopez that made the tackle though, wasn't it?
Have to watch it back. Either way, the first warning has been sent by Clement Berthelou. So any further infringements on the laws of the game will be met with punishment. It's very condensed. Gilbert Lopez trying to break the press. Strong appeals from the coaching setup of Tigres, wanting a contact foul. Now that first yellow card has been awarded. They're going to want to see it reciprocated for potential infringements from Aspire.
Yeah, they need to be careful at the Tigres bench because they're very, very animated, giving the fourth official a very difficult time, and coaches can be booked as well.
The prevalence of 2-on-1s increasing as this game goes on. We're approaching the final minute of this first half. That one goes in the favour of Tigres de Pacheco. But our referee in the centre has a very busy task on his hands, keeping the South Americans calm. The passion is incredible. Sometimes there is a tendency for that to boil over. But the love and the passion for Powerchair football is absolutely undeniable.
Yeah, it's been an amazing game to watch so far. I mean, the fact we're into the final minute of the first half and it feels like we've only played about 5 minutes shows that it's been such an entertaining affair. Oh, that's a great pick-off from John Bolding. Dan McClellan tries the ball across. It's a corner for Aspire. Now this is a big chance right on the brink of half-time as well. That touch from John Boulding was so finessed, and McClellan just knew he couldn't go all the way around and get that ball across as much as he would have liked to.
So Rosie Hodgson to take. John Boulding in the centre, blocked by Valentino Zegarelli. Didn't observe the distance of 5 meters needed. So it will be retaken. 5 meter distance between the kick taker and the closest defender needs to be observed prior to the ball being struck. So Zegarelli will have to work on his timing here. Boulding well positioned. Cushioned over to Dan McClellan, who's going to have an attempt at goal, but Caleb Mansour readjusts brilliantly to prevent the number 7 from opening the scoring. We're into additional time of this first half. And that will be the end. What an incredibly close, hard-fought first half there, Charlie, between Aspire and Tigres de Pacheco. The energy has been relentless from both sides. High contact, quick transitions, and a real bite in every challenge, I think you would agree. Tactically, it's been a fragmented contest. The momentum swung back and forth, but neither team has managed to take control. We've seen a high prevalence of those 2-on-1 calls, disrupting the flow, especially kind of in the central midfield areas. But discipline can become a real key factor as we head into the second half. Tigres' Javier Lopez has already been booked, and with the level of physical intensity we've seen, managing player discipline is going to be the real challenge as we approach the second.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. It's been a physical game, a really physical game. Not a huge amount of quality on show in terms of final pass and finishing, but there's been a couple of moments. You'd say Aspire probably have had the best chances of the game. Set pieces are going to be a big thing. It feels like every time there's a set piece from either side, there's a big threat on the opposition defence. Yeah, these half-time team talks are going to be very important. It's going to be a fascinating second 20 minutes.
That's it, Will. Thank you to all that are tuning in, to myself, Ryan Sipple, and Charlie McClellan, live from the Prisme just outside the heart of Paris. We will be back very shortly for the second half in this fixture between Aspire PFC and Tigres de Pacheco. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half of this fiercely contested Group B fixture between Aspire PFC and Tigres de Pacheco. The opening 20 delivered everything we'd hoped for: intensity, tactical battles and moments of real physical edge. Both teams have shown glimpses of quality, but the game has struggled to find rhythm due to the series of infringements, whether that's contact fouls or 2-on-1s. Aspire have looked the more of a threat in attack, but Tigres de Pacheco's defence has remained resolute despite the opportunities of the English side. We are back now, I think, in that half-time break. The central referee, Clement Berthelou, got the captains in, John Bolden of Aspire and Valentino Zegarelli of Tigres de Pacheco, just to calm proceedings down. We suspected that discipline could be a key factor in this second half, and I think he's looking to get ahead of that and address it.
Yeah, so Aspire putting on early pressure here. As you mentioned, yeah, it was heating up a little bit towards the end of that first half. The benches were getting a bit frustrated, the players were getting a bit frustrated. It was all getting a little bit too much. A little word from Clement Berthelou at half-time will hopefully make this second half more free-flowing and also just played in a better temperament.
Corner ball from Rosie Hodgson into John Bolden. Over to Dan McClellan, really worked play. Back to Rosie Hodgson on the right. Looked kind of split between her intentions there, whether to engage the ball head on towards goal or find John Bolden. That moment's hesitation just allowed Valentino Zegarelli to regroup and break the pressure of Aspire. Hebrea Lopez to take into Caleb Manzour. Flicked off of the chair of John Bolden. It's good chair placement. Can't quite wrap his chair around the ball, but they won't mind conceding that goal kick. Gives them an opportunity to just readjust, regroup, and look to dispossess this goal kick. John Dixon's been very isolated from the game, so if they can capitalise on that, a bit of rust maybe as he looks to get up to the pace of this competition. Dan McClellan into John Bolden, just cushions it and controls with the right side of his chair. Dispossessed by Hebrea Lopez. Nice feint initially sent Dan McClellan up the court. Valentino Zegarelli very close to Hebrea Lopez. Could drop off a little bit. Could have very easily been another 2-on-1.
Yeah, they play as a very compact unit, Tigres, both at the front and when they're defending. So who will draw first blood?
Into Dan McClellan. Over to John Bolden, guided goal bound, cleared by Caleb Manzour, recycled by Rosie Hodgson into Dan McClellan via the captain John Bolden, and that's better. They just haven't quite got their passing going as of yet, but for that I think Tigres de Pacheco deserve credit for fragmenting.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily been an issue with the performance levels of Aspire. I mean, they've not been at their best, but I don't think there's been massive spaces for them to play around. You know, Tigres, as I said, played so compact.
Looks like Caleb Manzour is getting his first warning from Clement Berthelou. You can probably hear the incredible support of the South Americans to Charlie and I's left. obviously adopting the name of the Tigers. There's orange and black stripes adorning the bleacher seating as Tigres de Pacheco get a contact foul. Second warning for John Balding. Any further infringements of the laws of the game will surely result in him seeing a yellow card.
Yeah, also a direct free kick. So a big chance this again.
So brave with their approach. All four players in the Aspire half. Keep an eye on Rosie Hodgson. She's out of shot. But if they're able to intercept, there could be a quick, swift, clinical counter. But Heber Lopez to take has the option of going for goal himself. Into the path of Caleb Manzour. It's disappointing from Tigres de Pacheco straight away because John Balding engaged that so quickly while still observing that 5 metre distance needed. He brilliantly wins his side possession.
So a real high press on this free kick from Tigres.
Controlled by the England international Dan McClellan. Contact, not intentional from John Balding there. So I don't suspect a yellow card will be awarded. Despite the appeals of Valentino Zegarelli, the yellow card will be awarded. That's really disappointing. And whilst there's little appeals from John Balding, there was no malice at all in the intentions for John Balding when looking to gain possession of the ball.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for the England captain. That's a good pass, though. Rosie Hodgson fires towards goal, just wide.
Once again, the contact isn't necessarily there to punish Tigres de Pacheco. The positioning most definitely is, as you're seeing, doesn't quite connect with it. It would have had to been a really accurate pass because Valentino Zegarelli was closing the angle, so she could only really aim towards that right-hand post. Caleb Manzour into Heber Lopez, dispossessed by Dan McClellan.
Contact foul against Zegarelli again.
Again, that's fairly soft from the referee. And Valentino Zegarelli will now receive a yellow card. We've definitely called it though, Charlie. Discipline is the key factor in this second half. And they will have to have considerations, not just for the remaining 13 minutes of this game, but others within the competition, because they won't want to serve suspensions when the group stages are so compact. Dan McClellan with a direct free kick, blocked, and a foul from Valentino Zegarelli, but it goes in the favour of Tigres de Pacheco. John Balding deemed the aggressor. He's on a yellow card, so has to be careful.
I think
there's conversations happening amongst the officials. This would be disastrous for the campaigns of either Tigres or Aspire should any of their players be sent off. Well, the coach of Tigres de Pacheco, Facundo Cala, is getting a yellow card now. And it is really boiling over here at the Prisme Arena in Paris.
Yeah, I've been watching him all game, though, and it's been non-stop in the ear of the fourth official.
You did highlight it.
There's only so much that the officials are going to be willing to take in that regard. John Balding does have to be careful here, though.
Well, Heber Lopez, John Balding, Valentino Zegarelli all have yellow cards. I know Caleb Manzour has been warned as well, so they have to be really careful now. Into the centre, dispossessed by Dan McClellan. Juan Batista D'Angelo guided away by the referee to ensure 2-on-1 isn't the resulting factor.
Yeah, it's getting, even later in this game, feels like it's getting even more intense as well.
We've got a water break that will be observed in about 30 seconds time. I'd love to be a fly on the wall for the conversations between the two respective teams, because if either of these two go down to 3 players, it could not only define this game, but it could define their tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, it would be just horrendous for whichever side it happened to. I hope that the referee will apply some leniency to the players that are on yellow cards and try and consider the intention behind challenges. But yeah, we are going to go for that water break now. And I think the message to both sides, the predominant message, will be calm down. And I think as well, there's going to be a tactical change for Aspire as well. John Dixon, I think, is going to come. I think this is something that's been discussed. John Dixon is going to come out of goal. He's going to play on the wing. Tom Kelly will go in. Obviously, Tom Kelly not had the best season. I think he'd accept that himself. But he is a very solid goalkeeper. Most notably, his performance in that Champions Cup final against Upsilon last year has been widely talked about as a cracking goalkeeper performance. He's more than capable of it.
Absolutely. This match really has just been punctuated by that flurry of yellow card. Tiber Lopez, John Boldin, Valentino Zegarelli, and the Tigres coach, Facundo Cala. They're both walking a disciplinary tightrope. And as the intensity continues to escalate, they have to be really careful. And as we pause for this second half water break, the coaches will surely be urging for composure, for clarity, with the match finally balanced between discipline and decision-making. But Aspire do make that change. The familiar Tom Kelly, who I can see a lot of people in the chat of our YouTube stream have been calling for across this game. He is a very assured, quality operator, typically as the most defensive player. Unchanged from Tigres de Pacheco. 32 minutes played. Aspire 0, Tigres de Pacheco 0, with Dan McClellan having possession of the ball on this left-hand side, the closest player to your screens. So John Dixon now will have the responsibility of ensuring that timing, connection, composure and positioning as we get back underway. Dan McClellan down the line, locked up by John Dixon for his first involvement as an advanced outfield player.
Yeah, he's had a good season, both in goal at times and outfield for Aspire after joining them from another club in England, West Bromwich Albion Throssels, last summer. He'll try and inject a bit of energy into this game.
Down to Juan Batista D'Angelo. Nice connection, but no one there to meet the pass. Tiber Lopez very close to Valentino Zegarelli. Surely a 2-on-1 in favour of Aspire. And that is exactly the choice of Clement Bachelou. John Boldin into Dan McClellan. Angles it into that left-hand corner, but no one there to meet. Facundo Cala, the coach of Tigres, very animated, isn't he, Charlie?
Yeah, fantastic.
Appeals everything, but epitomises that South American passion.
Yeah, this corner kick is a big chance now for Tigres.
Very much so.
And again, look, they stacked up that back post.
And I think this will be the battle for that second qualifying space in Group B, with Villeneuve Dask performing such a brilliant win over Raidos yesterday Into the box, over to Valentino Zegarelli! Off the left-hand post! Arguably against the run of play, but it does not matter. Tigres go 1-0 up against the European champions Aspire.
Yeah, what a goal. We said that was a big chance. It's so well worked, the dummy. But the finish from Valentino Zegarelli had to be literally perfect. And it just goes in, it kisses that post. A fantastic finish.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Just on those replays, you're seeing those Tigres supporters in the grandstand. But the dummy, the feint, the screen of Caleb Mansour gave Valentino Zegarelli the space on the right. And what a brilliant goal. Tigres' first of the competition. And now Aspire need to chuck everything at this game. Because as I was mentioning just prior to that corner taking place, it's almost inevitable that Villeneuve Dasc will book their spot to Thursday's semi-final just because of that convincing win yesterday and the group stage only being contested between 3 different fixtures. So now Aspire need to go for it.
Yeah, it's not like last year at the FIPFA Champions Cup when there was sort of 9 games in the group stage. It's very contained. One moment can essentially define a club's time in the Club World Cup. And that could be the moment for these two sides. I mean, when you do the sort of the maths of it, Aspire would then basically have to beat both Villeneuve and Rayados and hope that Tigres cannot better that or equal that.
Dan McClellan into the box. Whilst they've had the more territory in the opposition half, Aspire, nothing that's troubled them a great deal, which will be to the disappointment of John Bolden and co, as John Dixon's deemed the aggressor there, given his first warning of the game.
Yeah, that wastes a couple of seconds vitally for Tigres.
Time is not on the side of the English side, Aspire. As John Bolden takes possession, Dan McClellan's going to have to drop off quickly there. He's just drawn into that action and that ball that was being pursued so hotly by Bolden in the centre. I have to say, that finish from Zegarelli, we've watched it a few times back. Without question, Charlie, the goal of the tournament so far.
Yeah, that was special. Such a good finish. And yeah, as we said, we've spoken about the importance of that dummy player so many times. It was just unbelievable work from Tigres, such a well-worked set piece and such composure to deliver something like that in such a key game late on. Yeah, they really, can't be praised enough for it. It was an unbelievable goal.
Heber Lopez just trying to wind that clock down, locking the ball up between himself and John Bolden. But this is what this competition is all about. Being able to facilitate fixtures between European giants and South American powerhouses is exactly why we've got 250 viewers in the YouTube chat and no doubt thousands tuning in across BN Sport here in France. Approaching the final minute of regulation time, Aspire have to summon something special now if they're to take a point. I think that is fair to say that's all they're going to be able to acquire from this matchup.
Yeah, you'd think, I mean, a point would keep it open for Aspire, wouldn't it? Because obviously then it's basically who can outdo who in terms of the results against the other teams.
And then I say it comes down to potential goal difference playing a huge factor in teams' progression into either the semi-finals or the placement matches. But the 2-on-1 Juan Batista D'Angelo's off the court as we speak. So surely a yellow card has to be awarded. He's
still off the court.
Whether it's a very strange decision. I'm not sure as to why a yellow card wasn't awarded. Him leaving the court to prevent a 2-on-1. That's the clearest yellow card there should have been all game. Not quite sure as to the referee's decision.
Yeah, because he then drove the entire way around the outside of the court and then was ushered back on by the fourth official. Very strange moment. But
we've ticked over into additional time. This will be everything for Aspire if they can get back in. John Bolden across the court, no one there to receive. I think he thought Dan McClellan was occupying territory on that left-hand side, and really disappointing for Aspire. That crossfield ball is met by no player. Aspire 0, Tigres de Pacheco 1. It looks as if the South American Giants will come away with the 3 points. Clement Bertilou telling Caleb Manzour to hurry up and take this corner kick as he winds the clock down. Brilliant work from Valentino Zegarelli to just bypass Dan McClellan. He's met by John Bolden, but he has the experience to just lock it up. Surely the last opportunity of Aspire, down to John Bolden. Contact from Zegarelli there. Despite that, it looks as if Clement Bertilou has deemed John Bolden the aggressor, and he's going to be sent off. John Bolden, in the opening game of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup, sees red from Clement Bertilou. And if the thought of a 1-0 defeat in their opening game wasn't already a huge blow, losing their captain so early on is disastrous.
Wow, that was... I mean, I'm going to have to see it back. To me, I didn't feel like John Bolden was particularly reversing at all. It looked like... that's a tough one. I'd need to see a replay, but that is, I mean, the loss of John Bolden. I mean, not only does it basically solidify this result, but also it means he's going to be suspended against Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq, which would essentially see him removed, which would see Aspire removed from the tournament, essentially.
John Dixon given his second warning. And now 3-player Aspire have to defend this very late set piece from Tigres de Pacheco, locked up by Gilbert Lopez.
Yeah, and it's some sort of poetic justice. Obviously, Valentino Zegarelli in the FIPFA Champions Cup semi-final sent off for a foul on John Bolden, a second yellow card, and the reverse has happened here this year. We talk about this year being a tournament of revenge for many. Well, that is being very much handed out.
Now very deep into additional time. I think everyone at the Prism Arena was shocked with that decision, as Dan McClellan is given a warning from the referee, and it looks as if he's reaching for his pocket. He was initially, but some consultation with the fourth official, Mark Simon Green. They have obviously been tracking the infringements from each player, each given 2, before a yellow card is shown. But how does that affect Aspire's campaign? We won't know until they're facing off against Villeneuve d'Ascq and Rayados later on in the day and the week, respectively. Ricochets for a corner ball to the encouragement of the Tigres de Pacheco fans.
Yeah, this just gives them a chance to wind down the clock, or maybe even potentially get themselves a second goal. You mentioned the potential importance of goal difference.
Kleber Lopez taking his time into the front of John Dixon, over to Juan Bautista Ziangelo, 2-on-1 in favour of Aspire. It looks almost an impossible task for them to get anything from this game now, with that earlier red card of John Baldwin. But you have to commend the efforts of Tigres de Pacheco, who come away with the 3 points. The first half saw both teams come out with real energy, but constant contacts and 2-on-1s meant the match struggled to find any rhythm. Tigres stayed organised while Aspire looked to push forward, but neither could find that breakthrough. The game changed midway through the second half when Tigres took the lead through a brilliant set piece, which was over to Valentino Zegarelli, who fired it off the left-hand post. Aspire pushed hard for that equaliser, but their chances took a huge blow when John Baldwin was sent off with a second yellow card for a contact foul. Down to 3 players. Aspire still battled, but that final whistle has ensured that Tigres matched Villeneuve d'Ascq in terms of point accumulation, and Aspire will have to go back to the drawing board now and try and figure out a way to nullify one of the most dangerous teams in the competition in Villeneuve d'Ascq, with the 2 facing off today at 4.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Aspire from now. I don't know what will happen in the aftermath of that red card. Obviously, it will be a suspension. Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting one.
So a huge congratulations to Tigres de Pacheco. They come through the 1-0 victors. Myself and Charlie will be back for the 3rd game of the day, scheduled to kick off at 2:30, and will be contested between the host, Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, and West Bromwich Albion.
After this victory, the first match and the victory, and you scored the goal of the match.
Yes, it was a very tough game because the Aspire is very good. It's a hard team, but fortunately we have lucky. The opportunity we have, so we have luck to score the goal, to accept that opportunity. So we are very happy, but we are focused for the next games we have.
Yes, it was a tough match with yellow card, red card, and only 1 goal.
Yeah, was too much contact game, but yes, was very tough. But so I'll say before we are very happy for the team because we put the focus the 40 minutes, so to think the next game.
Okay, congrats Valentino Zegarelli for the Tigres of Pacheco.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Prisme Arena in Bobigny, Paris for our third match of day 2 at the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. And what a day it's been so far. From high drama to high quality football, the tournament is truly coming alive. You join myself, Ryan Sipple, alongside Charlie McClellan for a Clash of the Titans fixture in Group A that will be contested between Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and West Bromwich Albion. We began this morning with a tightly contested Group A encounter between West Bromwich Albion and Club Nacional de Football. West Brom opened the scoring through Brad Bates, but were soon pegged back by what many are calling the goal of the competition so far, which was scored by Marco Diaz. But the English side kept their composure. And in the second, it was Matt Gilbert who popped up with the eventual winner, sealing a 2-1 victory. Game 2 of today brought further intensity as Aspire PFC took on Tigres de Pacheco. Physical, heated, and fiercely competitive. That match saw a flurry of yellow cards and a single red card for Aspire captain John Bolden. A significant moment that shifted the balance. Ultimately, it was Tigres who took the points, with Zegarelli scoring a sensational goal via a corner kick. Now, myself and Charlie will be focusing our attention back on Group A for this fixture between Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and West Brom. How are you, Charlie?
I'm good, thank you. I'm excited for the start of the second round of fixtures. You know, now we've seen every team, seen what everyone's got. We're going to get really into the thick of the competition now, it feels like. After a very dramatic morning, after a morning that really brought the competition to life, as you've said, and has had debate and conversation about Powerchair football flowing around Prisme Bobigny. It's time for another game, which I'm sure will capture the attention of many, as Upsilon, who are the undoubted favourites to win this tournament, take on West Bromwich Albion of England.
Yeah, they were absolutely outstanding in the opener last night, putting 7 goals past Western Sydney Wanderers in a display full of fluid attacking play, slick combinations and real intent. And that's even more impressive with the notable absentee of Mohamed Guillaume, the sensational French international who is serving his second match ban from a red card in last year's FIPFA Champions Cup. But West Brom, in contrast, have showcased probably a more pragmatic style in their opener, compact, efficient, and dangerous in the transition. They made Club Nacional de Football pay through those swift set-piece routines. So Chris Gordon's side know how to manage a game, and they'll need every ounce of that control against a French outfit full of confidence, full of creativity, and importantly, full of expectation of lifting that World Cup later in the week. The equation for these two is very simple. A win would confirm their spot in the semi-final. So it'll be a battle of tempo, of territory, of tactical nous. The flair of Upsilon versus the structure of West Brom. We cannot wait for this to get underway. Charlie, if I was to push you for a prediction, maybe based on what you've witnessed last year at the FIPFA Champions Cup, and maybe the little essences that we've extrapolated from their opening games of this year's competition, where are you putting your money?
Yeah, well, Upsilon are without Momo Galami. Obviously, you can see him on your screen there, actually having a chat with Noel Zoren, so still very much involved, even though he can't be on the court. He'll be itching to get going again, I'm sure. But Upsilon still have a lot of quality, and I wasn't overly impressed with West Brom this morning. I know they obviously got the victory in the end, but Club Nacional had the best of it for long periods of the game. They weren't moving the ball with the efficiency that you'd maybe expect or hope for from West Bromwich Albion. So I'd probably say, on balance, obviously, Upsilon without Momo and West Brom not really flowing as they usually would. I'll go for a 1-1 draw, I think, is a fair result. And I think it's a result that would suit both sides and really solidify their two places as the teams that are going to go through to the semi-finals.
Absolutely. To go through the squads of these two challengers, starting with Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. They have number 4, Owen Conk. They have number 7, Tristan Delmas. They have number 8, Amokran Zilal. They have number 9, Noel Zaren, who I thought was really impressive in their opener against Western Sydney Wanderers. They have number 11, Younes Moussaoui. And finally, number 21, Morgan Defont. And for West Bromwich Albion, they have number 8, Lucas Chrysler, number 9, Chris Gordon, number 14, Matt Gilbert, number 19, Brad Bates, number 20, Ollie Rock, number 21, Abigail Bolt, and finally number 29, Baris Inel.
Yeah, so two very strong squads with lots of quality, players of high prestige in both international and domestic circles.
You see it.
A fantastic game.
You see in West Bromwich Albion go through their warm-up routine. Really intrigued to see how they adapt to the threats of Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. I think when you're looking at the squad they have available, you'd be hard-pressed not to focus some of your attention on Morgan Defont. But also Tristan Delmas was not just clinical in front of goal, he was a real creator yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I felt really bad actually for Moussaoui. He had his hat-trick goal disallowed yesterday after celebrating in front of the cameras. He has had quite a lot of banter, I think, about that since. Maybe, you never know, he'll have a second chance to get that great privilege of a World Cup hat-trick.
I certainly hope so. So the match officials for this one here at the Prism Arena are as follows. Our central referee is that of Mark Simon Green of Australia, assistant number 1, Nico Balin of France, assistant number 2, Steve Crump of England, and then Leo Frege of Argentina, the 4th official. We've had confirmation of the starting 4, starting with Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. The, as expected, Owen Conk will take the position of the most defensive in goal, and then in front of him, Morgan Defont, Tristan Delmas, and Noel Zeren. And then for West Bromwich Albion, the captain and designated goalkeeper is Chris Gordon. He's complemented by Matt Gilbert, Brad Bates, and Lucas Chrysler.
Just some final instructions being handed out. Two teams that are both technically and tactically brilliant.
Chris and Colin Gordon overseeing that team talk. Before we are underway in just a few seconds' time. Mohamed Galami suspended for this one, but from this game onwards, or following the conclusion of this game onwards, he will be back in action. And I have to say, really excited to watch him once again. This, their final games of the day. Tomorrow, Upsilon Chatenay Malabry take on Club Nacional de Football, and West Bromwich Albion take on Western Sydney Wanderers. We are officially underway here at the Prisme Arena, and Brad Bates has an opportunity early on, confidently dealt with by Erwan Konk. And I think it's safe to say that even in the first 10 seconds of this game, Erwan Konk is more involved than he was in the entirety of that Western Sydney Wanderers win yesterday.
Yeah, he is indeed. I mean, a weird start from Upsilon to really let Brad Bates do what is his trademark skill of get that ball on the full spin. Chris Gordon obviously facilitating that with a forward pass, but yeah, that's a bad start from Upsilon. They got a bit lucky, you could say, but Erwan Konk cut it out as a good goalkeeper should, and hopefully they'll be able to settle into it a bit more now.
So Lucas Chrysler with the resulting kick-in into the middle. Matt Gilbert with an assured, accurate pass, just clips the front bumper of Brad Bates. Into Chris Gordon. Already looks as if West Bromwich Albion are looking to be a little bit more brave and on the front foot, as opposed to that very close win over Club Nacional de Football of Uruguay earlier today. Just focusing on the positioning of Lucas Chrysler. They're trying to play that four-out way, utilising all four players in the attacking phases of the game. And Noel Zeren early on is given a warning from Mark Simon Green. And if this game is half as fiery as the Aspire versus Tigres one, I suspect the referees will be hot on any potential infringements of the laws, whether that's contacts, 2-on-1s or more.
Yeah, fingers in the air galore.
Chris Gordon to take into Matt Gilbert. Punched back into the centre by Morgan Lefont. Noel Zaren just relieves pressure, so Lucas Chrysler has to control. An assured pass to Chris Gordon. Contact there from Morgan Lefont, but waved off by Mark Simon Green via that advantage. Brad Bates trying to get that brave pick off. Morgan Lefont very busy in the opening 2.5 minutes. But already we're seeing these triangles that West Brom are trying to adopt much better from the English side. Down to Brad Bates, picked off to Matt Gilbert, let to run across his chair. Have to say, Charlie, an improvement with regards to their distribution.
Yeah, much better. This is what I was expecting to see from them this morning, to be fair. The way that they're moving the ball, the confidence with which they're passing, the power that they're getting on it. They've obviously taken a lot from the game this morning and brought it into this, and maybe it's just the level of opposition I think it's elevating their game.
It's widely known within Powerchair Football when you play kind of a comparable team to yourselves in terms of attacking intent, the game can be a bit more free-flowing and open and facilitates that form of football. When you're playing kind of a defensive outfit such as Club Nacional de Football, there is a tendency for it to be locked up. But here we're seeing West Brom be really brave, and they win a corner ball just out of shot. The bench of West Bromwich Albion applauding the efforts of their captain. And Brad Bates will take. I suspect Chris Gordon will screen this, as we see so many players do, but Noel Zaren's putting himself in a good position to prevent Matt Gilbert the space on the edge. Blocked by Tristan Delmas, a potential overload in attack for Upsilon Chatenay Malabry.
Excellent composure shown by Lucas Chrysler, though, just to cut out that counter-attack.
Good work from Lucas Chrysler. Over to Matt Gilbert, switches the play. Brad Bates, spin kick, trying to find that angle. Not sure as to his exact intention, whether he was going for goal or looking to find Matt Gilbert on the right side. Either way, really positive signs.
Yeah, West Brom have started really well here. All the attacking intent that was on show in abundance here.
very much adopting that 4-out phase, which can lead to vulnerabilities. Very congested. Off Niozeren, out for a West Bromwich Albion ball.
Very good from Lucas Chrysler there, just nicks it off the back of the chair and relieves any pressure that was potentially going to surmount on his team.
Morgan Lefont trying to bypass Chris Gordon, which I'm sure many will attest is easier said than done. Contact there from Lucas Chrysler, waved off by the referee. Already, I think we're seeing this referee wanting to facilitate open play as much as possible. So any little bits of contact, if and where possible, if there's no danger to the opposition or the players individually, he's letting play run, which is good to see. That wasn't necessarily the case in the earlier Aspire versus Tigres de Pacheco game, as Amokran Zilao prepares to come on the far side. Brad Bates into Chris Gordon. The full spin kick, very congested. Matt Gilbert has to be careful for his positioning. It's really good for Mark-Simon Green. If and when there's potential infringements via 2-on-1s or little bits of contact, he's letting play run.
Nice to be able to just watch football. I also think a nuance of the 2-on-1 rule that isn't always necessarily considered is the fact that the second player has to be an active participant in play. So if, you know, for example, a player is trying their best to get out of the way or not in any way involved, then the referee can have a bit of leniency on them. And I think that's what's being used by Mark-Simon Green here a lot.
So Amokran Zilal has come on in place of Morgan Lefont. Matt Gilbert into Chris Gordon. The referee had blown his whistle. I don't think Amokran Zilal was observing the 5 meters. So the free kick will be retaken by Matt Gilbert. Not many options for Matt Gilbert. Brad Bates now has a little bit of space, but quickly closed by Tristan Delmas. Fired out of play. In the opening 8 minutes, West Bromwich Albion doing really well to pen Upsilon Chatenay Malabry back, and that was almost a real goal-scoring opportunity for Matt Gilbert. It took a slight deflection of Tristan Delmas. A vital one at that. Brad Bates into Chris Gordon. Once again, Tristan Delmas seems to be sweeping up everything in that defensive box of Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, and Mark-Simon Green just having a word with Delmas and Gordon. I think it's very good officiating overall. Into Brad Bates. Yeah, sensible decision. Would like to see Noah Zaren back off there with Tristan Delmas trying to pursue that ball.
Yeah, there was no real need for Zaren to be where he was. He could have got a lot higher and actually probably would have been better placed for a counter-attack as well. See what the idea was from Brad Bates, but doesn't quite get the execution. It's very tough to catch teams like Upsilon out at the front post, very tough. And they will go for that water break, actually. 20 seconds till the 10-minute mark. I believe the rule was just as close to the 10-minute mark as possible with the ball going out of play for the drinks breaks.
That makes sense. I think you have to say from what we've seen, Charlie, West Brom, much the better of the two teams, but nothing that's really tested Owen Conk as of yet.
Yeah, they've been able to be quite calm at the back, Upsilon. They do look quite calm. I think they know that they'll probably qualify from their group regardless of the result of this game. And they'll back themselves when Mohamed Galami gets back to beat anyone in the semi-finals and the final. So I think this is... Whereas, for example, West Bromwich Albion, they'd probably quite like to face the second-place team in Group A, in Group B. So they'll be really pushing, because obviously the difference between playing either Villeneuve or likely Tigres is quite it's a very different game of football. Very
much so. I wonder if that goes into the thoughts or considerations of coaches, because you don't want it to border into kind of a grey area where you're trying to influence games or trying to potentially drop points in order to influence your placement in the standings.
I think all the best teams probably do have a look at the table.
You have to look at it kind of from an outside perspective, and ultimately these knockout competitions are reliant on your progression and taking your chances if and when they come. And Nacional put it dead in the centre, and Amo Kranzilal, who's yet to have any real involvement since his introduction, could have easily met that with the front bumper of his chair.
I think it would be interesting to see, should West Bromwich Albion win here, how interested Villeneuve and Tigres will suddenly become in winning the group.
Brad Bates. Chris Gordon hesitating to engage that. I think he thought Tristan Delmas had limited the angle, but this is better from Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, who for the first time in this game, 12 minutes in, have some presence in the half, and a brilliant bit of play from Chris Gordon to just fire it down to Matt Gilbert. I probably would have liked to seen him try and control that, give it a little bit of time for Brad Bates to catch up the action.
Yeah, he probably should have taken it with him, I think, is the best way to describe it. If he just brought that ball out, sucked it about out a bit wide, then he could have potentially had the option of going across, or he could have brought Chris Gordon back into play. There would have been more options open for Matt Gilbert. But another good move from West Brom.
Very much so, and it was all spearheaded by Chris Gordon, splitting the lines with his brilliant distribution, one of the best anywhere worldwide. Down to Brad Bates. Across the box, Matt Gilbert's going to have a chance, but Owen Conk able to limit the opportunity. Didn't necessarily have the power I'm sure Matt Gilbert would have wanted, but the danger still present. Play is still live, and Tristan Delmas is going to try and prevent West Brom from further.
It was such a quite a slow ball across from Bates. I didn't think it had the legs to get to that back post on it that it ended up having, and yeah, it was tough for Matt Gilbert to generate the power necessary to get that into the goal.
This is the third of 5 games today. Next up, we have Villeneuve Dask versus Aspire. Most notable statement regarding that one is the suspension of captain John Boldin that Aspire are going to have to try and adapt to. And following that, Western Sydney Wanderers versus Club Nacional de Football. I haven't seen Zach Dickey as of yet. I hope the intention is for him to still be present as Nacional fires it into this corner. A brilliant ball. Tristan Delmas just didn't expect his number 9 teammate to generate that power and accuracy. Had Delmas vacated the space immediately after distributing the ball out, he could have met that and it would have been a real opportunity. But 14 minutes gone. It's Upsilon Chatenay Malabry 0, West Bromwich Albion 0.
Yeah, on Zach Dickey quickly, I believe his flight was intended to land at 6 o'clock this morning, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's trying to get a little nap in before the game this afternoon.
Very sensible. Look, can't wait to see him in action. Chris Gordon. Matt Gilbert has to drop off there a little bit quicker and be considerate of Brad Bates as well. But Amokran Zilau dispossesses. He has Tristan Delmas in support, who he finds. And the secondary effort from Amokran Zilau didn't really have any intention. It looks as if Upsilon Chatenay Malabry will be making their second substitute of the game. And it will be Younes Moussaoui coming on.
Yeah, I think Moussaoui will be a good player to bring on. They need someone to finish. He's good at finishing from these set pieces, as he proved yesterday.
So Tristan Delmas to take this corner ball. Amokranzalao, the closest option. Moussaoui at the back post, blocked by Lucas Chrysler. Now potential break on. Had Lucas Chrysler just followed that deflection up, he could have potentially spearheaded an attack. Either way, Matt Gilbert's managed to maintain possession in the final third. Chrysler and Gordon very close to one another.
The fact that Upsilon have been able to rotate their squad so heavily and still look so competitive against West Bromwich Albion's first choice four, essentially, is a testament to how strong their squad is. I mean, they do not look out of this game at all.
No, and you add arguably the greatest player of all time to that setup, and you can understand why, in many people's eyes, they are the favourites to be crowned world champions at week's end. Brad Bates, cleared by Tristan Delmas. Nice pick off from Lucas Chrysler. Contact foul as Delmas is given his first warning from Mark Simon Green. And this has got to be West Brom's best opportunity to open the score in 16.5 minutes in via a direct free kick. It's almost too central, isn't it, to create the angles and the space.
I guess it's going to go in behind Brad Bates and
and
Zilao, very good from Zilao.
Amokranzalao just reads that. So Matt Gilbert probably the preferred option. Chris Gordon goes for goal himself, and now a potential counter-attack. Lucas Chrysler called into action, passing backwards with confidence. It's almost a trademark to their game as Moussaoui, unable to vacate the space, was almost trapped like a deer in headlights.
Yeah, I don't know why, he definitely could have moved earlier. I think that was definitely an avoidable 2-on-1. I like the confidence from Lucas Chrysler, just knocking it back to Gordon there and stopping that counter-attack, but I have to say, that's such intelligent play from Zilao, just to get him behind Brad Bates.
Very much so.
Especially when you know Brad Bates has a trademark move, which is his power on that reverse spin.
I think Chris Gordon, given his first warning, I did have a chat with Mark Simon Green at lunch, and he did ensure that each of the players are given 2 warnings, and they are tracking them amongst the central referee and the 4th official. So they're trying to ensure that consistency when it comes to yellow cards or potential red cards. Every player's given the same opportunities. So as equitable as it possibly can be. Obviously, officiating is very subjective sometimes, as was the talk at lunchtime, Charlie, as Brad Bates, very square ball, didn't have the angle to allow Matt Gilbert to pursue possession further up the court. A little bit of contact again. Approaching the half-time interval, still nothing to separate the two. Whilst you would say that West Brom have been the brighter of the two sides, nothing that's really troubled Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, as we have yet more contact in the centre, as a foul goes in the favour of Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. I think the referee just needs some consultation with his officials and the players in the centre. I think both players are being warned as to their contact, as is the wider squad. Every player gathered in the centre just to be given a warning by the referee. Lucas Chrysler will surely be given his warning. Amokranzalao, too deep for Moussaoui to take possession, but a sensible flick out of danger stops Brad Bates pursuing that space in the top right-hand corner. Brad Bates, nice contact. Oh, and a ricochet could have very easily gone off the back of Tristan Delmas's chair over the line, but good organisation with his goalkeeper, Owen Conk.
Yeah, that was nearly a very hairy moment for Upsilon.
Gilbert weaves into the centre of the court, trying to bypass Tristan Delmas. Over to Brad Bates. Flicked to Chris Gordon. Trying to return that pass as we tick over into additional time. Chris Gordon, one-on-one with Owen Conk. Brad Bates happy to let that roll out of play.
Moving it nicely. I think that was too much power on that for Brad Bates to particularly do anything with it, but that's a great ball. And
an equally great save from Owen Conk, showing why he is one of the best players in the country. And that signals the end of half number 1.
Well, a very good performance from West Bromwich Albion, you have to say. Although Upsilon are missing Galami, they're still a very strong side, and West Bromwich Albion have made them look very gettable in this game.
Yeah, whilst it remains goalless in what's been a cagey affair, I'd say it's been compelling. Neither side has really found that breakthrough so far, with chances limited and defences standing really firm. West Brom perhaps have edged the territorial battle, spending more time in the attacking half and trying to dictate the tempo, but Upsilon have shown glimpses of danger in attack themselves. Tactically tight, full of respect, I think, and it's finally poised at the break. Thank you to all that are tuning in. Myself and Charlie will be back very shortly for the second half in this fixture between Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and West Bromwich Albion. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Prisme Arena in Bobigny for the second half of this finely poised Group A fixture between Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and West Bromwich Albion PFC. And after an intense but goalless opening half, it's still all to play for. It looks as if Upsilon Chatenay Malabry have made some substitutes at the break. Morgan Le Font coming on in place of Amil Kran Zilau. West Bromwich Albion unchanged, and an early chance for Morgan Le Font immediately after his introduction. Shows why he is one of the best players, not just amongst the Upsilon Chatenay Malabry squad, but also the French national team. Upsilon Chatenay Malabry 1, West Bromwich Albion 0.
Wow, what a start to the second half. Morgan Le Font straight after being reintroduced. Yeah, fantastic.
Out with the second halves, or even the hydration breaks we have at the halfway point during each half. There's just energy, there's drive, there's determination, there's a real purpose that maybe gets abandoned as the halves progress.
Yeah, and it's also energy, but it's also, there seems to be a lot of momentum shifts that happen around that time. Teams will dominate for 10 minutes and then there's a water break or half time, and then they come back out and they look completely lost in the game, or the other team come back into it. Yeah, I think that the breaks are massive. Obviously, Upsilon will have had a lot of discussion about tactical information, and that has worked out well. Whether that gap was something that they'd spotted and chose to exploit straight away, or whether that was something that Le Font just managed to find in the moment, I'm not sure. But regardless, Upsilon have the lead, and you have to say this will be a bit of an uphill battle now for West Bromwich Albion.
Great bit of play from West Bromwich Albion. Chris Gordon finding Brad Bates, who had the intention of firing it across the box, but locked up by the defence of the French side. Forceful play from Chris Gordon. Has two players in support. Lets it roll across his chair. Just feints and draws Tristan Delmas in. He's going to try and force that ball into the box, but good work from Tristan Delmas. Can probably hear the support for Upsilon Chatenay Malabry on home soil in their home city, as Chris Gordon looks to upset the odds and spearhead an attack. Off of Tristan Delmas. Matt Gilbert's there on the edge, waiting for that flick. He gets it, but not with the power he would have wanted. Good pick off from Brad Bates, but Matt Gilbert just readjusted. Had he stayed in reverse and gone for the kind of the counter-clockwise 180, he could have probably kept play live there. That moment's hesitation allowed Morgan Le Font to just advance all the way up the court and turn defence into attack.
So patient now in the corner, Morgan Le Font.
Engaged by Lucas Chrysler. Good work from Matt Gilbert. Flicked to Chris Gordon, but quickly closed by Tristan Delmas. Don't understate the role that he plays in fragmenting this West Bromwich Albion attack. So important to the way that Upsilon play. Once again, Matt Gilbert has to switch his momentum, was very much in reverse and had to force his chair forward in order to keep that ball live. Had just under 5 minutes of this second half. The hosts lead by 1-0.
Oh, that's a great touch from Gilbert. Oh, he should have just if he just reversed with it, and then he could have just played that out to Brad Bates in one sort of motion rather than trying to reverse it, because now Upsilon have got the ball.
The secondary pass as well, it was very telegraphed and was effortless for Morgan Lefont. Sorry, yeah, Morgan Lefont to engage and dispossess. Younes Moussaoui to Tristan Delmas, who swipes into the side of Matt Gilbert. Just trying to understand the decision of Mark Simon Green, who awards it in favour of Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. And whilst you may deem Tristan Delmas as the aggressor swiping into the stationary Matt Gilbert, the position of chairs is considered, and if you put your chair in a place that it's almost inevitable that contact will be drawn through the opposition, it's almost like an obstruction foul via that contact. Matt Gilbert just getting an adjustment with his chair. It was fairly heavy contact. He seems to be okay. So Mark Simon Green takes a position behind the goal of West Bromwich Albion and allows Tristan Delmas to take this direct free kick. Moussaoui in good space on the right, but Matt Gilbert ready to anticipate that crossfield ball. Over to Morgan Lefont, who gets the secondary pass, forces the ball into the side of Lucas Chrysler. Have to be alert.
Morgan Lefont just has that ball like on a string, just attached to the side of his chair.
Very tactical stuff here. Lucas Chrysler comes away. Brad Bates has been very isolated for the majority of this game. They've almost abandoned some of their principles that they were adopting in the first half. I think you have to give credit to Upsilon, who are negating the threats of West Bromwich Albion. But overall, it looks as if Upsilon are going to be cruising to 3 points unless West Brom find that moment, that bit of magic, as Noel Zeren comes on in place of Younes Moussaoui, who had very limited involvement. That's better, but the accuracy wasn't there from Matt Gilbert. Contact from Morgan Lefont, who will likely get a ticking off from Mark Simon Green, as you can see. I think he's explaining to all players this system that they're adopting for the Club World Cup. Brad Bates connects with the ball off the back wheel of Tristan Delmas. Yeah, something they've adopted, the match officials, is a three-stage warning almost. You get 2 tickings off from the referee before the yellow card comes out. As Tristan Delmas does brilliantly. Very close to Morgan Lefont, surely a 2-on-1 in favour of West Bromwich Albion. And that it absolutely is. This is where we saw them have success and score their goals against Club Nacional de Football earlier today. Can they replicate that here? Over to Brad Bates, but Owen Kong very alert. A credit to the player that he is. He maintains that concentration as we observe our second half water break.
Yeah, it gives a chance for West Bromwich Albion to regroup. They feel like they're probably growing back into the game. Feels like they're starting to get a bit more momentum, but this water break may actually hinder them in that regard. For Upsilon, as we've mentioned, it's not the the be-all and end-all this game in the group stage for them because of their convincing win last night. But that said, if they could get 3 points here, it would be a real statement of intent, especially considering that they are without Momo Galami, which is a phrase that I feel like if you know how good Momo Galami is, you'll understand why we're saying it so much. And just a replay of that goal. It's such, from a lovely angle as well. It's just such a satisfying one. It just pierces that gap between the chairs.
Yeah, it really is about millimetres, this sport. And Morgan Lafont, who Chris Gordon will know well, slots the ball through the defence. Interestingly, as Charlie mentioned earlier, is the utilisation of subs for Upsilon and how they've just seamlessly integrated into the play without any real dip in quality, whereas quite opposite, West Bromwich Albion haven't made a single substitute. And just judging by the stationary positions of them 3 subs, they won't be making any changes anytime soon. Chris Gordon just puts his hand up, collided with Noel Zaren off the ball. No malice, didn't know he was there. And thankfully for West Brom, just off the back of Tristan Delamas's chair. Chris Gordon trying to sneak it in that post. From what we've seen, Charlie, it's clear that Upsilon have a very different approach to that of Grasto Villeneuve Dask, who are very brave and committing all 4 players forward. I don't think Erwan Konk has really left the confines of his area at all this game.
No, and
even then, he could have pursued that and seen it out of play as Matt Gilbert can't get the angle, and Noel Zaren staying in reverse brilliantly, keeps it in play. Really nice play from Noel Zaren. Whilst he didn't make the ultimate contact, the danger's still present. That's why I love seeing them high and wide wingers staying in reverse as Morgan Lafont tries to recycle it, and Brad Bates, with rare involvement, has an opportunity to punish, but it just nicks up on the front of his bumper. Had he taken it with the side of his chair, Matt Gilbert is quickly advancing up the court to support him. He'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, I feel like he could have even just let it roll. Like, I don't know why he's taken that first touch with the front of his bumper. It's a bizarre decision, but...
That was lovely from Lucas Chrysler, by the way.
Yeah, it's a great turn. This game's feels really open now. Feels like both sides have decided that they're just going to play some football and see what happens. Delmas is such an accomplished middleman, and you spoke about the role of Erwan Konk, and I don't wonder if maybe, even though Delmas is very good in the middle, if maybe he will be more confident to press up when he's got the prowess of Mohamed Galami in front of him. I know, for example, last year in the Champions Cup final and in the World Cup final for France, it was the advanced position of Erwan Konk which ultimately led to the concession of the two goals.
It did, and he was brought off, wasn't he, for the extra time and penalty shootout phase of that World Cup final. So, but as that kind of really defensive, stationary goalkeeper, there's few better. But that's why it's on West Brom to create those overloads via that 4-out system. Brad Bates fires an effort into Tristan Delmas, who brilliantly ricochets it and guides it off the back of Brad Bates' chair to his frustration.
Yeah, a really nice inside pick-off from Gilbert across.
34 minutes played, 6 to go, plus any additional time. West Brom yet to really trouble Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, who look to be heading to the semi-final stage of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup, hosted by Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and supported by FIPFA Power Soccer Shop and uhlsport.
Lucas Chrysler has been very good in this game. This is a real coming-of-age performance from him for me.
Anyone that knows my commentary in England knows how much I rave about his performances and how he's just growing in confidence. This is his first season competing at a really top level, and you have to give time for players to adapt to that intensity, to that expectation. And I really am looking forward to seeing what he can do next season with a full year under his belt, competing at the highest level across domestic and continental competitions.
It'll be fascinating to see.
Two-on-one awarded in favour of West Brom. Whilst we're raving about this professional performance of Upsilon, it's still only one goal that separates the two sides. So just a moment of magic could see West Brom get right back into this game. Whilst they'll never want to lose, it wouldn't be overly disastrous for either one of these two to drop points, having already secured a win in Group A of the competition.
I have to say I'm enjoying the communicative style of the referee as well, because it's very easy then to say, you know what I expect of you, I told you not to do that, and you've done it, when you've explained it so clearly and so consistently throughout the game what you expect of your players.
I think Mark Simon Green is doing a fantastic job out there overseeing this with a high level of authority, and absolutely, as you said, Charlie, just that communication piece helps with the justification of decisions and ensures that players are given those warnings, given those expectations early on. Delmas quickly taken into the back wheel of Chris Gordon. He's going to roll slowly out of play for a West Brom ball. Still the substitute bench of Albion completely still. Matt Gilbert's going to engage that, so Chris Gordon has to back off. Tristan Delmas does well. He has Noel Zeren in support, high on the right-hand corner. Can generate such fantastic power, Noel Zeren, as shown there, both in live play and the dead balls, as Amel Kran Zelau will be hoping for more influence in this cameo appearance, with Morgan Lefont, the goal scorer, coming off in his place. 2 minutes plus additional time for West Brom to try and find a way back into this game. And on the flip side for Upsilon Chatenay Malabry to cruise to their second 3 points of the competition. Must be so frustrating to play against a player such as Tristan Delmas. You can just never really build that momentum, can you?
He's very disruptive and always seems to be in the right place at the right time, and he lets you get a bit of pace on the ball, start to think you're moving it, and then at the last minute just picks it away. A very frustrating middleman to play against, and it's amazing that Upsilon have that backup to Mohamed Galami as an option. Obviously, Delmas is a very accomplished player on the wing as well. But yeah, just an all-round very, very talented footballer.
Chrysler down to Brad Bates. Once again, met by the bumper of Tristan Delmas. Chrysler trying to force the ball over the line. Chris Gordon commanding Brad Bates to take the position as the most defensive of the four. Out of your shot, Chrysler into Chris Gordon, back to Chrysler on the edge of the court. Didn't have the accuracy on that second pass. Manages to regain possession, but Upsilon have had an opportunity to regroup and get their positioning right. to prevent the West Bromwich Albion chance, as we have officially ticked over into additional time.
Last minute. Will there be any late drama? Upsilon have just been very professional in the second half. They've just seen out. This whole performance has been very business as usual for Upsilon. West Bromwich Albion have played pretty strongly at parts, but the overall performance hasn't been quite what they've been looking for, as Upsilon had a chance to put the result beyond doubt.
Opportunity here, Brad Bates, if he can catch up to the ball, can't quite angle it to drive onto that ball. I don't know if it took a slight deflection out of the path of the number 19 winger. Either way, very frustrating.
Could he have picked that off across potentially with the front bumper, Brad Bates?
Potentially, I'd have to watch the replay back. Yeah, I have watched it back. There was the potential opportunity for him to meet it with that front bumper, because Matt Gilbert was in so much space on the alternate wing. And that, the full-time whistle here at the Prisme Arena. Upsilon Chatenay Malabry come out on top with a narrow but probably deserved 1-0 victory over West Bromwich Albion, securing their place in the semi-finals of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. After a goalless and tightly contested first half, the breakthrough came almost immediately after the restart. Morgan Lafont, the quickest to react, turning home a very smart finish that ultimately proved to be the difference. West Brom had their moments, especially in the opening 20 minutes, but Upsilon grew stronger as the game wore on. Tristan Delmas deserves special credit for his display, breaking up the play and keeping the tempo in Upsilon's favour with composed, clever decision-making. A big result for the hosts, and they move on to their final game of the group stage, where they face Club Nacional de Football tomorrow at 11:30. West Brom still have the opportunity to qualify when they face Western Sydney Wanderers tomorrow at 4. But overall, a great game of Powerchair football. Thank you to all that have tuned in, to myself and Charlie. We're up next for a big one. Villeneuve Dask versus Aspire.
Avec Tristan Delmas. Tristan, quel match, quel gros match également de ta part, hein, de toute l'équipe en même temps.
Oui, aujourd'hui c'était dur, on savait que c'était un des prétendants à la poule. Bon, on a très mal commencé le match, mais on a su relever la tête en deuxième mi-temps et ça a été une grosse performance de l'équipe.
C'était deux matchs et deux ambiances totalement différentes entre hier et aujourd'hui. Vous attendiez un match bien sûr beaucoup plus accroché, ça a été le cas.
Oui, on le savait. Albion a quand même fini troisième de la dernière Ligue des Champions, donc on sait que c'est une équipe qui a l'habitude de grandes compétitions. Donc on savait que ça allait être très compliqué aujourd'hui et on a gagné. On assure, je crois, c'est sûr, la première place du groupe. Donc c'est un premier objectif accompli.
Deux matchs, deux victoires, tous les feux sont au vert maintenant. Eh bien, il va falloir gérer bien la semaine, l'enchaînement des matchs. Le troisième, ça sera demain.
Oui, en plus, le plus gros est passé, parce que là, on avait quand même Momo, qui fait beaucoup dans notre équipe, qui était suspendu sur ces deux matchs, donc il fallait assurer son absence. Demain, il va de retour et je vous dis que ça va être quelque chose.
Merci beaucoup, Tristan. Tristan Delmas, félicitations.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Prisme Arena here in Bobigny for our fourth match of day 2 at the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup, and it is a pivotal encounter in Group B as Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq face Aspire. When referencing their earlier fixtures in Group B, Villeneuve d'Ascq were nothing short of sensational in their opening match, storming to a 15-0 win over the Mexican Rayados Powerchair in one of the most dominant performances the tournament has seen thus far. A key figure in that display was Youssef Ayadzadam, who registered 4 goals and 5 assists. A remarkable individual showing that perfectly reflected Villeneuve's fluid attacking style, with the likes of Brian Weiss, Julien Renier and Florian Lechant also anchoring the squad. This French side looks sharp, balanced, and they have their eyes on the ultimate prize. Aspire, by contrast, are coming off the back of a really tough 1-0 defeat to Tigres de Pacheco in a physical stop-start contest earlier today. That match saw John Boldin sent off, meaning Aspire now look to the likes of Dan McClellan and Rosie Hodgson to provide leadership and spark in his absence. Both showed flashes of intent against Tigres, and their influence could be vital as Aspire attempt to respond. The stakes are clear. A win for Villeneuve confirms their space in the semi-finals. For Aspire, anything other than a win would leave their qualification hopes hanging in the balance, relying on an upset from Rayados or Tigres on day 3 to swing the group back in their favour. Charlie, how are you? Give me your thoughts on this one.
I'm good, thank you. I think this is going to be a really tough game for Aspire, obviously missing John Bolding. A lovely moment there where all the Villeneuve players went over to Bolding on the sideline and shook his hand before the game, showing solidarity with him. Aspire Powerchair Football Club obviously playing without their captain is very rare, but they're going to have to step up. Dan McClellan will step up to his plate in the captaincy. He's just conducted the toss in the centre with Brian Weiss. It's going to be a very, very interesting match to watch. Villeneuve were fantastic yesterday. You have to give them so much credit. Their victory over Rayados was such a dominant performance. It was a performance that was just relentless from minute 1. They were scoring a goal pretty much every 2 minutes. It was just outrageously good from them. And of course, they preyed on a lot of the weaknesses of Rayados, which I'm sure they will have learned from now, but also most of the goals that they scored would have been scored against pretty much any team because they were just on absolute form. They are the champions of France. They are here as one of the competition favourites, and they are showing why so far.
Absolutely. A real big task for an Aspire side without their captain, John Boldin. But there is unquestionable talent amongst their squad. I suspect that that central role, that orchestrator, will be Dan McClellan. We're going to want to see the likes of Rosie Hodgson and John Dixon be really clinical and take those chances if and when they come their way.
They're going to have moments in this game. 100% Aspire are going to have a moment or two in this game where they can capitalise. The question is, can they A, stay defensively solid, which is going to be the big challenge, and B, if they do manage to stay defensively solid, can they create that opportunity? Can they give themselves a chance in this game? It's going to be really tough.
For the final warm-ups, seeing Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq have a team talk. Julien Renier orchestrating that. One thing we spoke about, Charlie, with regards to their side is obviously Brian Weiss is so important to the way they play, commands respect from any team or player anywhere worldwide. So there is a tendency almost for the opposition to commit players in terms of limiting the space and opportunity of Brian Weiss. But that's where we saw Slim Bouchetta really come into his own with short, sharp distribution. So if you create the overloads and try and man-mark Brian Weiss, the other players almost thrive in a given space and opportunity to operate. So it's that catch-22. Do you commit players in terms of limiting the space of Brian Weiss, or do you try and just see and follow the ball? But it's going to be a tough ask. There's no question about that. But if any team can really trouble Graaf de Villeneuve d'Ascq, it's going to be Aspire PFC.
Yeah, and obviously, no matter whether they have John Boulding on the course or not, Aspire hold the weight of being the European champions. You can't have a one-man Powerchair football team, and I'm sure these players will want to show that Aspire Powerchair Football Club is a lot more than just John Boulding. John Boulding there, pictured on the sideline. Chatting to former Aspire player Brad Bates, who has just seen his side defeated 1-0 to Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. Left the club last summer following their FIPFA Cup victory in Paris.
Final few minutes before we are back underway. Thank you to everyone that is tuning in across the YouTube stream. Your support is very much appreciated. We are constantly monitoring the chat, so if you have predictions, thoughts, or considerations for us here on the commentary gantry, please get them in. This, the penultimate game of the day here at the Prisme Bobigny. Next up, we have an intriguing matchup between Western Sydney Wanderers and Club Nacional de Football. If you're tuning in for the first time, the Prisme, which stands for Pôle de Référence Inclusive Sportive Métropolitain, is a purpose-built parasport venue that was constructed for the 2024 Paris Paralympics. The Agitos, the iconic symbol of the Paralympics, is proudly displayed outside of this arena, really signifying the gravitas of this world-leading venue.
So final team talks, final instructions, final conversations. This could be the final countdown for Aspire if they are unable to get something from this game. Grafto have put themselves in a very strong position, winning their opening group game. This being only their second, so they have another game against Tigres de Pacheco tomorrow, which will be a very entertaining clash, I'm sure. Leonardo Frega is the centre referee for this one, assisted by Caroline Goldsborough and Clement Berthelou. Clement Berthelou, the referee for the earlier clash in which John Boulding was sent off. That's why he's not involved in this one, serving a one-match suspension for a second yellow card late on in their defeat to Tigres earlier. And we are nearly ready to go here. Dan McClellan sits over the ball in the centre.
And we are officially underway here at the Prisme. Dan McClellan on the front foot, trying to get Aspire up the court. Brian Weiss. So to go through the squads in their entirety, just following this as Rosie Hodgson can't quite direct it goal bound. There was a huge gap for her to aim at. Slim Bouchetta was committed to one side, trying to limit the option. And out of nowhere, you can see what it means. Rosie Hodgson, after that missed opportunity just a few seconds earlier, opens the scoring. Dan McClellan with the pick-off, vacated the bumper of Brian Weiss, and Rosie Hodgson, at the second time of asking, puts Aspire 1-0 up.
Well, Aspire have started this game on absolute flames. You were not expecting Aspire, who had been knocked to the canvas by this morning's defeat to Tigres, to come out as quickly as this for this match. But they have come out, they've attacked Villeneuve. They should have scored with that earlier opportunity, as you mentioned. But they've now put themselves ahead. They have the lead.
A really high energy start to this game, and now really intriguing to see how Aspire control and maintain this 1-goal advantage. Brian Weiss looking to immediately level the tie. And you can see that trademark 4-out approach from Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq, with Slim Bouchetta hovering on the halfway line. I was going to go through the starting squads before that real onslaught attack of the English side. For Villeneuve d'Ascq, they have Slim Bouchetta, Youssef Ayad Zedam, Florian Lechantre and Brian Weiss. And for Aspire, Tom Kelly in goal, Dan McClellan, John Dixon, and the goal scorer, Rosie Hodgson.
Very well done by John Dixon. He's managed to get it up the left-hand side. Wins a kick in for his side.
John Dixon just trying to play it off the bumper of Brian Weiss. Some appeals from the Villeneuve d'Ascq captain, which goes his way, Leo Freyga. We've seen a real mix of officiating here in Paris. McClellan out to Rosie Hodgson. Good pressure from Aspire. The flag is raised of Clement Bertilou.
The ball went out, I guess, just before Hodgson played that pass.
Dan McClellan to take. Over to John Dixon. He does guide it goal bound, managing to bypass Youssef Ayad Zedam. As previewed, already has 9 goal contributions in the tournament thus far.
And John Boulding, you can see him down on the sideline. Although he is not involved, he is kicking every ball with his Aspire team right now.
Good work from Dan McClellan to just sweep it out for a kick in. Brian Weiss into the side of Dan McClellan. A second attempt. The gap was never there, with Dan McClellan hugging that right-hand post. 5 minutes in. Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq 0. Aspire 1. This could really shake things up in Group B, Charlie.
It really would. I mean, it would open it up again completely, and then...
Absolutely. We've got the whole Tigres de Pacheco squad to our side, closely watching these two opponents who they will face tomorrow. Or certainly with regards to Grafter Villeneuve Dask. John Baldwin very animated on the side. He's just in the bottom of your shot. Into Slimbuchetta. Blocked by John Dixon. Strong play from Brian Weiss. Trying to bypass the Aspire number 40. I think he's fortunate to come away with that, Brian Weiss. I felt that Brian Weiss was the aggressor, but Slimbuchetta will have responsibility. Constantly watching Brian Weiss move into the path of Florian Lechantre, blocked by Dan McClellan.
Good decision by Rosie Hodgson. Traditionally, Aspire would probably play back into that sort of pivot area, but she decided to just take the ball and try and be a bit more defensively stable with it.
Strong play and defence. Zidane has an opportunity, unselfishly fires it to Brian Weiss. No goal. The right-hand post had been shifted far outside of its original place, so whilst it appeared to go over the line, the goal does not count. It will be a goal kick. Brilliant defending from Tom Kelly, and the secondary effort from Florian Lechantre wide. Warning signs for Aspire, but good defence nonetheless.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and survive a lot, Aspire. Getting this lead early on is a bit of a blessing and a curse. Obviously, a blessing because you have a goal and you're ahead in the game, but the curse part comes because you're going to have to deal with an absolute onslaught as a result. And a kick in for Grafto.
Yeah, they really used these to their advantage yesterday. So we get our first substitute as Julien Renier readies himself to come on. Just trying to understand who's coming off. It's going to be Youssef Ayad Zidane, who had a really nice bit of play there in that opportunity for Grafto. Very unselfish to try and put the ball in the path of Brian Weiss. Very good player. And similarly to Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, the fact that they can constantly look to utilise their substitutes but not be that dip in performance levels is a testament to the wider squad's quality. And the goal scorer, Rosie Hodgson, that will give her so much confidence. I think she was disappointed with her performance in the earlier defeat, felt that some of the opportunities that came her way could have been capitalised on more. But what better way to shake off the nerves than opening the scoring against one of the tournament's toughest teams. Florian Lechantre, the Belgian international. Contact there from John Dixon.
Given a game?
Yeah, it's the same as was the case earlier. Whilst John Dixon is the one swiping into the opposition, the position of Julien Renier meant that John Dixon had no choice. And that's well left just to test Slimbuchetta, make sure that his concentration levels are high. We're approaching that water break, and at present it looks as if Aspire will be taking that 1-0 lead into that break. I suspect that will come now.
I think they might.
signalled.
I think he's going to allow for... I think I agree with that, actually, from Flager. I think leaving it on a position like this is a very difficult thing to do.
I agree completely. If it's a kick-in, but an indirect free kick and a really credible opportunity for them to score, yeah, Florian Lechantre, surely the option. So much space. He is, and a pick-off. Guided goal bound. A crucial interception from Dan McClellan, and we would now likely observe that water break.
I think he's going to play this as well. I think he just wants the attack to finish. I think that's the thing.
Yeah, again, very sensible, as long as the DJ turns the music off. Yeah. Cleared by Dan McClellan, up the court. Brilliant defence from Aspire. And we will now get a moment to breathe and really assess that opening 10 minutes. Give me your thoughts, Charlie.
I mean, I don't think anyone would have seen the score being this after that 10-minute period. I think Aspire should be proud of their efforts so far. A real uphill battle without John Boulding, but they are so far rising to that challenge. Of course, Villeneuve are going to throw a lot at them in this game. There is absolutely no doubt of that. And they have done since that goal went in. But the fact that Aspire started the game with such intent, with such, you know, just raw aggression and it's been a very fearless performance from Aspire, I think is the word. They've not been intimidated by the stature of their opponents. For Villeneuve, they've actually, I wouldn't say they've played terribly. They've not maybe moved the ball as slickly as they did yesterday, but they've still had a couple of really nice phases. Their set pieces haven't quite worked out yet, but they'll be feeling comfortable within this game. They'll be feeling confident that they can still turn around the margin that they're currently trailing by. But yeah, I think it's been a fascinating first 10 minutes, and if that is what the rest of the game is going to be like, then it's going to be a really interesting one.
Absolutely. For me, I just think it looks as if Villeneuve Dasc maybe operating in second gear. They've got that convincing win to their name and are pretty much guaranteed to progress to the semi-final, so they don't have to exert as much energy as Aspire to, who have a metaphorical mountain to climb. Aspire, by contrast, are pressing with real purpose, showing great urgency across the court. Rosie Hodgson's earlier goal remains the difference, but it's far from settled as we look to conclude this first half now. But we know Villeneuve have the quality to punish at any given second of this match. Julien Renier into Brian Weiss, trying to pick out Florian Lechantre. Two-on-one awarded in favour of Villeneuve Dasc. That's fairly frustrating. They're going to want to be considerate of that placement, knowing how clinical the French side can be at these indirect free kicks, with Slim Bouchetta now coming up to take. Brian Weiss looks the intended recipient of Bouchetta's positioning and chair shape. And that it is, into Brian Weiss. Pick off to Florian Lechantre, who meets the ball with the front bumper of his chair, but good defence from Aspire ensures that the scoreline remains in their favour. Leo Freyger giving John Dixon a warning. I believe only his first. We've seen a high prevalence of cards being awarded across the competition thus far. All the way. Trying to pick out Florian Lechantre. The right decision there, I think, for Leo Freyger.
One thing I'm liking from Aspire is the sense of team unity you can see out there. They're very quickly taking accountability when they're at fault, and they look... you can sometimes see with Aspire there's a bit of moaning at each other and frustration when things aren't going their way or when they give away a foul, but they seem to be really connected right now.
Brian Weiss feints to guide it to Lechantre, but opts for Julien Renier on the right wing the left side of Villeneuve d'Ascq. "15 minutes gone. Villeneuve d'Ascq still trail Aspire by a 1-0 in a potential result which would blow Group B wide open. For all information, please go to the competition's website. Information can be found across the FIPFA social media. It's just locked up in the box. Le Chantre is in support, as is Renier on the edge. Following that goal, it's been fairly one-way traffic in terms of attacking momentum. And Renier picks it off to Le Chantre. Tom Kelly has to adjust, and he does so brilliantly. So John Dixon has to try and turn that barrage of defence into attack. It's probably even more impressive, this current performance, as John Dixon, Dan McClellan very close to one another there. Maybe, I was just going to say, it's maybe lapses in concentration, but I was going to say how we have to add the context that without John Boulding, Dan McClellan is operating in maybe an unfamiliar position at this level. We've seen him operate there before. He's very effective, but the opposition's central player in them occasions hasn't necessarily been Brian Weiss, one of the best players to ever play the game. As Florian Le Chantre nearly has an attempt at goal, but couldn't quite catch up to the ball.
Yeah, I think he's not played in the middle a lot, especially not against that calibre of opposition, as you said. And I mean, captaining Aspire at the age of 16 is not an easy thing to do. Obviously, an England international, won everything that you can win so far in club football. So he's, of course, got the experience, but Dixon. Brian Weiss fires a shot, wins a corner.
Yeah, Brian Weiss here. Good opportunity for Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq in the final few minutes of this first half. Julien Renier and Florian Le Chantre. The accuracy is there, but brilliant defending from Dan McClellan.
That's what you've got to do in these games. You've just got to be confident. You've just got to go to the ball, try and compete. That's what we see John Boulding do. That's what all the top players do. I think the ways that people get absolutely played around by teams like Villeneuve is when they just hesitate, you know, they take that moment, they think, hang on a minute, what are they going to do here? And that sometimes is really costly.
Rosie Hodgson flicks it to John Dixon. Had he just committed to advancing up the court, he would have met that. Rosie Hodgson doing brilliantly to just bypass Brian Weiss, which I can assure you is far easier said than done.
Yeah, she's going to dribble with this now.
Contact from Rosie Hodgson. I think it could have gone either way there. As we approach the half-time break, Dan McClellan takes Julien Renier out of the game. 2-on-1. I don't think that was a 2-on-1. Just trying to see the referee's decision there, but the angle that we're afforded on the commentary Yeah, I have watched it back. I definitely think that was more than 3 meters. Fairly strict interpretation of the 2-on-1 rule. That, however, is not. Dan McClellan and John Dixon very close to one another. Contact between the two, and Brian Weiss, the latter deemed the aggressor. So as we tick over into additional time,
I think you've touched on the 2-on-1s between Dixon and McClellan. I think, listen, they're trying to play positions that are usually played by McClellan in Dixon's role, and then Boulding. Dan McClellan and John Boulding have played a lot of football together at England and at Aspire.
Agreed.
John Dixon and Dan McClellan haven't had that same opportunity. So you'd expect the teething issues, and you'd expect sort of the 2-on-1s. I don't think it's something that they're doing on purpose, but it's not something that can be avoided.
Completely. And whilst the prevalence of 2-on-1s is not a factor when referencing his partnership with Tom Kelly, that's almost new. Understanding who's covering what area, constant communication between McClellan and Kelly, and they've been brilliant this half. Florent Lechantre.
Half-time.
Half-time indeed. It's Aspire who lead Villeneuve d'Ascq by 1-0 in this crucial Group B encounter. Rosie Hodgson's early strike, a confident finish that made up for missed chances earlier in the day. That separates the side, but the story of the first half has been Aspire's exceptional defensive effort. Time and time again, they've stood up to the relentless wave of pressure, staying compact, staying disciplined under intense pressure. Villeneuve have dominated possession and territory, but despite their attacking intent, they've been unable to find a breakthrough. Much of that comes down to Aspire's organisation, as well as a slight lack of fluency in the final third. Brian Weiss, usually so influential, has yet to really fully dictate proceedings, though his talent, one moment could change everything. Thank you to everyone that's tuning in. Charlie and I will be back very shortly for the second half. Welcome back to the Prisme Arena in Bobigny for the second half of this crucial Group B fixture between Grafto, Villeneuve d'Ascq and Aspire, and the significance of what is unfolding cannot be overstated. As it stands, Aspire lead 1-0 thanks to Rosie Hodgson's composed finish in the opening minute of the first half. But more than just 3 points are at stake. Should Aspire hold on to the win, Group B will be left wide open with Aspire, Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq and Tigres de Pacheco all sitting on 1 win, and that opens up a 3-way battle on points. Tigres have a game in hand over these two, but you have to say that Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq are probably the most formidable opponents they're yet to face in the division. Aspire will have the opportunity to get a really commanding win over Rayados. I don't think it's unfair to say they will be significant favourites just based on the result of Villeneuve d'Ascq yesterday. In that scenario, goal difference could ultimately determine who progresses to the semi-final, raising the stakes not just for the outcome here, but for every chance created and every defensive stand it could ultimately prove decisive. You're joining myself, Ryan Sipple, alongside Charlie McClellan for this one, the penultimate game of the day. Up next here in Paris, Western Sydney Wanderers take on Club Nacional de Football. Not before 20 more minutes of high-octane, high-energy football. There has been a slight switch from Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq in the break. Charlie's just observed that Slim Bouchetta, who we come to associate with that purple goalkeeper jersey, has come off. Oh, sorry, has come outfield. And it looks as if Valentin Lefebvre will now be in goal. So an outfield trio of Youssef Ayad Zidane, Brian Weiss and Slim Bouchetta in front of Valentin Lefebvre. And probably, as expected, Charlie, unchanged from Aspire, will it be so finely poised?
Yeah, very finely poised indeed. We're back underway. Sure, a very nervy watch so far for John Boulding down there on the sideline. Let's see what this second half can conjure up. I'm sure it'll be just as dramatic. I mean, today, obviously yesterday was a good day in terms of seeing some incredible Powerchair football skills, but today has felt like a World Cup.
Good pass there from Rosie Hodgson. Brilliant, as a matter of fact. Just trying to understand the decision there. If that is an advantage that's played in favour of Aspire, the ball went over the line. And that would be the restriction of a goal-scoring opportunity. Just trying to understand the decision of Leo Frege. An incredible pass from Rosie Hodgson, who just clipped Valentin Lefebvre as the ball was slotted over to John Dixon. And I can only assume it will be a Villeneuve free kick. It's not. And what a huge decision that could be, not just for the outcome of this game, for Aspire's tournament as a whole. No advantage played.
It's an open goal. She's given him an open goal. I mean, it's essentially a disallowed goal. But
interestingly, there was no appeals from Aspire. So unless it's something we haven't seen or observed, I can't quite understand why advantage wasn't played, and John Dixon's finish isn't seeing Aspire lead Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq by 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aspire have appealed the decision. I mean, Dan McClellan was straight into the ear of Caroline Goldsborough on this side, and John Boulding had his arms waving in the air from the touchline. I think it's just a moment of disbelief. I cannot believe that that was the decision reached.
And that is a sensational shot from Youssef Ayad Zidane, unorthodox in terms of how he engaged it. You're seeing on your screens the crossfield bowl, but just that clockwise rotation. And if Villeneuve d'Ascq go on to find an equaliser here, there will be uproar at the Prisme Arena. We can sense the disbelief, can't we? We can see the people in the stands to our left.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the game, and we can try and delve into that and dissect that when we have more details. Either way, it was a brilliant passage of play from Aspire, and they'll just be hoping to replicate that now.
Yeah, and it shows they still possess a threat in this game, don't they? I mean, they're still a massive counter-attack opportunity for them at all times, really. Rosie Hodgson has been getting involved with the defensive, but also her role has been predominantly to stay really high in this game.
Dan McClellan locked in a 50-50 with Brian Weiss. Flicked into the box. Lynn Bouchetta yet to impart any real influence in an attacking role. Over to John Dixon. Just controls it with his back wheel. Had he done so with the side of his chair, I think it would have taken it a little bit more out of the path of Yusuf Ayad Zadam. It's good chair positioning from the Aspire number 40. Slim Bouchetta breaks away, but a lot of pace on that ball. Out for an Aspire kick in.
I'm sure they probably would have preferred a goal kick there.
But as mentioned, the quality that Grafter Villeneuve Dask have, they can punish you at any second.
Yeah, I mean, they're an incredible team. They really are. They've played fantastically so far in this tournament, and although they've not reached their usual heights in this game, they are very much still the dominant force.
There's no sign of bias here. Brian Weiss, blocked by Dan McClellan. So Slim Bouchetta with responsibilities. We're yet to see that trademark set piece via the corner kick with that first receiver acting as the screen for the wide attacking winger. Brian Weiss trying to shepherd it through the gap of Tom Kelly and John Dixon. Have to remain alert. Penny for the thoughts of John Boulding on the sidelines, watching his team producing a brilliant performance thus far. 2-on-1 in favour.
That little turn from Dan McClellan was a lovely one.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Got one of those from the crowd, which is always a good indication of skill.
We can see calls in the commentary for Grath, to kind of look to replicate what they did yesterday, like that. Get their passing going, expand the court. Their players have the ability for that, with that distribution and that clinical decision-making, whether that's a return pass or a shot on goal. And they've almost abandoned that principles in the game thus far. But for that, I think we have to give credit to Aspire. They are fragmenting those pockets, that space, and the ability of Brian Weiss, who completely mistimes and mishits that, allowing Rosie Hodgson to engage the ball, and surely a 2-on-1 in favour of Villeneuve Dask. John Dixon, as was the case in the first half, just drawn into the action, unfamiliar of that role alongside Dan McClellan.
You can understand how he's got drawn in there, though, because that was a very unusual passage of play. The ball sort of, no one's expecting Brian Weiss to miss that, and then it all goes a bit wobbly in the middle of the pitch. You have to sort of find your bearings again very quickly in that position.
Taken by Slim Bouchetta. So Dan McClellan didn't observe that 5 metres, so he's given a yellow card. I can only assume that he's been warned several times, but he does receive a yellow, so has to be on his best behaviour now, considering the context and how John Bolden was suspended for this one, having received 2 yellows against Tigres de Pacheco. And then from that, Brian Weiss follows up with an effort blocked by Tom Kelly.
Yeah, I know encroachment has been a mandatory yellow in some... it's one of those things where it's very different in different parts of the globe, the extent to which it is accepted or...
Brian Weiss into Tom Kelly, another corner kick.
So we're creeping up on that water break, which will be another checkpoint for Aspire to defend their lead. This has very similar vibes to the FIPFA Champions Cup final, the way that they sort of took a lead and had to defend.
Another secondary effort, and the ball is still live. Brilliant work from Dan McClellan there, just to angle it out of play. That's not a fluke, that is by design in the intention and the way you angle your chair. But another corner kick. Brian Weiss feints at the first time of asking, into the box, good clearance, and now Rosie Hodgson set away, diagonal ball, it's Rosie Hodgson to engage it. Great ball from John Dixon, over to Rosie Hodgson, who will be bitterly disappointed she wasn't able to connect. Either way, clinical counter-attacking football from Aspire.
It's one of those where it's sort of tough whether she should have carried on and gone with the side or gone for the full spin. It was sort of in an uncomfortable grey area between those two things, so you can understand why what happened as Brian Weiss muscles his way through on the left-hand side. Foul from Brian Weiss on Tom Kelly. They're going to go over for the water break. So this is going to be a really important moment in this game now for Aspire, because they're getting into that final 10 minutes. They're getting into where it gets really cagey. Some very heart-in-mouth moments in this game so far.
Yeah, chance to breathe. I'm sure that the nerves of Aspire are very, very high. As we're seeing John Kelly, in the absence of John Bolden, just talk to his players, reassure them of the jobs they're doing. They have been brilliant. Tom Kelly and Dan McClellan have remained resolute defensively. And on your screens now, Graf de Villeneuve Dask are trying to figure out a way to break down this Aspire side. They've looked to the bench on several occasions. It looks as if Julien Renier will be entering in place of Slim Bouchetta.
And just the team spirit on that Aspire bench. Paul Hodgson, who's the team mechanic, was on his knees screaming and clapping in the faces of the players. Dan McClellan readjusts himself in his chair, ready for what is sure to be an absolute battle in these last 10 minutes.
Yeah, sensible from John Dixon there. Just to feint and let that ball roll into the Villeneuve Dask half. The noise is building at the Prisme Bobigny. Sam McClellan has probably one of his biggest challenges ever within Powerchair football, restricting the advancement and the quality of two-time world champion with France, Brian Weiss. Julien Renier trying to pick out Youssef Ayad Zidane. 2-on-1 awarded in the favour of the French side.
Yeah, this is another opportunity. I mean, it's again that sort of, it's actually quite, seeing how central the referee was going to place it. It's okay. It's an okay angle, a bit off to the side. Sort of trying to work this out, Villeneuve. Discussing what they're going to do with this.
Brian Weiss to take. Over to Youssef Ayadzadam. An assured clearance from Tom Kelly. Putting in a brilliant performance, it must be said.
So quick off his line every time in this game. So alert, so agile and reactive, constantly moving.
Brian Weiss. Again, feints at the first time of asking. Into the box. Over to Julien Renier. No power to trouble Dan McClellan. But they are struggling to break this persistent press of the French national champions.
Yeah, they've absorbed that pressure so well so far, though. That's good play.
It is, but they're so condensed on Dixon, not on that alternate wing to give Dan McClellan an outlet up top. Brian Weiss trying to force it over the line. Tom Kelly nudges that left-hand post out of the way. Ricochets to Julien Renier, who attempts an effort. Over to Brian Weiss, who has an attempt on goal. The whistle blown by Leo Frege. Just trying to understand. It's going to be the set ball that opens play due to the ball trapping in the front bumper.
Yeah, that turned very messy in there. The goalpost was out of the way. I mean, I don't envy officials in those moments, do you?
I think for the first time we're seeing kind of the signs of desperation of Brian Weiss, where he's trying to almost dribble it and force it over the line. But a side that is synonymous with the expansive open play passing football have been confined to one that looks for any and all opportunities, just locking it up in the dribble, just forcing it up the court. A complete 180 from their performance against Raidos yesterday evening. And there it is. Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq have been knocking on the door for a while now. And that lapse in concentration between Dan McClellan and Tom Kelly is capitalised on. Brian Weiss had it in the bottom corner, and the person we spotlighted at the start of the game, Youssef Ayadzadam, finds the space, the accuracy, the power to squeeze the ball through. Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq 1, Aspire 1.
Yeah, it's really, really... It's a great finish from Youssef Ayadzadam. It's such intelligent play from Villeneuve. They knew that if they could get that pattern of the game where Brian Weiss was dribbling the ball, and then they sort of changed up the pattern, changed the picture. Yeah, it's very intelligent play from the French champions.
And now it looks as if with Villeneuve d'Ascq in the ascendancy, they're looking to take all 3 points from this game. Just really struggling. Over to Julien Renier. Tom Kelly adjusts to prevent that second goal. And John Dixon trying to fragment the attack. Too close to Dan McClellan. And a really credible opportunity. 3 minutes before the end of the game. The French champions have an opportunity to reverse the scoreline in just a couple of minutes, and Youssef Ayadzadam nearly does so if it wasn't for brilliant defending. Once again, John Dixon very close to Dan McClellan. It's getting a little bit messy. Concentration is lapsing. To be expected, these are long days. There's intense heat and humidity in the Prisme Arena. That's why you're seeing them observe that water break. And there is an intensity and an expectation that they've never necessarily had before. Yes, they've competed in the FIPFA Champions Cup, but this is the World Cup for club teams for Powerchair Football, the inaugural tournament. Brian Weiss patiently controls it, constantly observing, and a ricochet brings Valentin Lefebvre in for his first touch, I believe, Charlie. And we're 18.5 minutes into this second half.
Well, his second touch after the touch on Rosie Hodgson on the halfway line.
A point could still be really valuable for Aspire, but they would still need results to go in their favour elsewhere. Youssef Ayadzadam tests Tom Kelly once again. As we are in the final minute. I think that Brian Weiss intended for that ball to roll out of play. He's caught unaware as to the ball's placement. Renier. Tom Kelly slightly hesitating in terms of his engagement. I think John Dixon could have been a good option. A fired effort from Brian Weiss, nearly finds a way over the line, and a potential break on for Aspire. Valentin Lefebvre pushing up the court to usher it out of play. Do we go back to that disallowed goal, Charlie, as a real point of contention?
I mean, it's not a lot you can say about it. It's something that will probably be remembered as a mistake. Obviously, referees don't know what's going to happen straight after play, where they blow their whistle when they see a foul. But the advantage rule is not doesn't have to be played. You know, it's very much up to the discretion of referees. However, I think most teams would want to see the advantage rule played in the context.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a chance there for Youssef Ayadzadam. John Dixon doesn't quite have the speed to catch the ball up. Now into additional time, factoring in that water break and any stoppages. Can Aspire summon something magical in the last few seconds? Rosie Hodgson has rare involvement, having been isolated for 95% of this half. Dan McClellan with a beautiful intention in terms of reversing that pass out to Rosie Hodgson, not before a 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Grafto Villeneuve Dask. It looks as if it's going to end 1 goal apiece, as Julien Renier will have an opportunity. Zadam, Odin Renier, who returns the favour, or tries to, comes off the front of Dan McClellan's chair. Could have very easily gone over the line with an own goal. Tom Kelly has been absolutely sensational, and John Dixon happy to let that roll diagonally across the court. If you're John Bolden watching this, irrelevant a result, you are beyond proud of this performance, surely, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an amazing performance from a young and hearty Aspire team. They have really given it their all.
5-metre distance not observed.
So the yellow card's going to come. For Ryan Weiss.
And in what would be 2, maybe 3 minutes over the regulation 20, Dan McClellan and Aspire have a fantastic opportunity to score here. The accuracy on that ball from John Dixon wasn't there, and what was a really promising attack will turn into an immediate defence, not before Leo Frega blows his whistle. Full time at the Prisme Bobigny. Aspire 1, Villeneuve Dask 1, a result that blows Group B open for some. Aspire took a deserved lead in the first half through Rosie Hodgson, who made no mistake after a string of early chances. It was a controlled and determined display from the English side, who defended with real organisation and purpose, particularly under pressure. A key moment came shortly in the second half when Aspire thought they had doubled their lead via John Dixon finding the net with a breakaway goal, only for the goal to be disallowed in a decision that has sparked an animated debate on the sidelines. And that was almost the turning point that it changed the momentum entirely. Villeneuve Das kept probing and eventually found the breakthrough through Yusuf Ayad Zidane, one of the stars of the tournament so far, continuing his fine form, slotting home after 36 minutes. The draw means both sides progress into Group B with different intentions. I think that almost certainly confirms Villeneuve Dask's progression, but anything is still possible. Thank you to all that have tuned in, to myself and Charlie. We'll be back for the final game of day 2 of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup between Western Sydney Wanderers and Club Nacional de Football.
Thank you.
I'm now with Rosie Hodgson. Rosie, that's a draw. It was tough. Can you tell me what you felt when you scored that first goal so quick in the match?
I felt incredibly proud. You know, this competition has the best clubs in the world, and I've scored against one of the best in France. It's just, I'm so proud, and I wanted to make Johnny proud as well, not being able to play this game. I'm thrilled.
And also I want to say one thing, because we saw that John Balding wasn't with you. Quite unfortunate, but well, I mean, how do you felt even, you know, without John? I mean, is it that you know, important in your play?
He is important to how we play. He is the beating heart of our club. He is the beating heart of the sport in the UK and in Europe as well. He is a vital, integral part. But I feel like today in this match, we've shown we are not just a one-trick pony. We have options. We're a squad of 8 people, and we all bring different things to the squad.
Well, Rosie, thank you. And how do you feel for the next game?
Excited, very excited.
Okay, I can't wait to see you after, during the game. Thank you. Maintenant, on va faire une petite interview tout de suite de Youssef Ayad Zedam. Alors, mon cher Youssef, vous avez été mené en début de match. Et finalement, vous avez réussi à reprendre, enfin, coller au score. Comment vous vous êtes senti dès la prise de ce but à la première minute de jeu?
Bah, comme tu le dis, on prend le but assez rapidement. Bon, on a essayé de pousser, on n'a pas lâché. On a cru, on sait qu'on pouvait faire quelque chose. Après, voilà, on a poussé, comme j'ai dit, et on a réussi à égaliser. On n'a pas lâché jusqu'à la dernière minute. Il y avait moyen de placer le deuxième. Malheureusement, on a manqué un peu de temps et ça ne s'est pas passé. Mais bon, on est quand même content du résultat. On a égalisé. Après, voilà, il reste encore un deuxième match demain. Et puis, on espère finir en beauté.
Alors j'ai une petite question également parce que il est vrai qu'on a vu que sur le banc à la mi-temps ça discutait beaucoup. Quels ont été les conseils? Là j'essaye de me faufiler dans ce qui a été fait à la mi-temps pour qu'il y ait un petit changement et la création de ce but.
Bon, on a revu un petit peu notre tactique, on a essayé de réorganiser un petit peu. Ils sont pas mal en place. Après voilà, je ne vais pas vous dévoiler nos secrets, mais on a essayé de réorganiser un petit peu notre équipe pour essayer de repousser au max.
Youssef, merci beaucoup pour ce petit moment. Mesdames et messieurs, préparez-vous. Il y aura un dernier match et on se retrouve tout à l'heure à 18 h sur les antennes de uhlsport et aussi sur la chaîne de la FIPFA.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Prisme Arena in Bobigny, just outside the heart of Paris, for the final match of what has been a memorable day at the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. You join myself, Ryan Sipple, alongside Charlie McClellan for Western Sydney Wanderers against Club Nacional de Football. It has been an intense day filled with tactical battles and statement performances, and we round things off with Group A's two winless sides facing off against one another's. Both teams have shown glimpses of their quality in their opening fixtures, but without anything to show for it in the table. Both will be looking to right that wrong here today. You can probably see through the graphics the notable addition of Zach Dickey. Western Sydney Wanderers suffered a 7-0 defeat in their opening games to host Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. Club Nacional, on the other hand, gave West Bromwich Albion a real test in their opener earlier today. Despite going behind early, they responded through a brilliant solo goal from Marco Diaz and looked the more composed side for large spells. In the end, they were edged just 2-1. But it was a performance that turned heads and suggested they will be no pushovers across this competition. Charlie, delighted to be joined once again. Give me your thoughts for this one.
I'm really excited for this one, actually. This has been a game that I've been looking forward to throughout today, throughout all the drama, the highs and the lows and the controversy. I knew this would be the final day. I'm excited to see Zach Dickey. That's my view going into this one. I think he's a fantastic player. He's such an infectious player as well. I love watching him play. Just the energy that he brings, barking orders, barking encouragement as well. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Zach Dickey. He's an unbelievable Powerchair football player.
Yeah, completely agree. The influential American was unavailable for their opener, but his arrival does add that composure, that vision and a spark in the final third, something they were missing in their opening game. Around him, players like Ben Kite and Jackson Taylor will no doubt benefit from that added influence in attack.
Yeah, just watching Zach Dickey in the warm-up, and he looks sharp. Very sharp.
Anyone that tuned in to the FIPFA Powerchair Football World Cup in Sydney, Australia, back in 2023 will know just how influential he is as a player. He was a major catalyst in their success in 2024, where they earned their ticket to this Club World Cup. He was the wildcard inclusion, and he just has a real blend of technical ability and leadership. His presence is felt by everyone he plays against. I think that's an understatement, isn't it? He has so much charisma and confidence, and it's infectious. And that's why, coming off the back of the World Cup, he was on the lips of everyone that had watched him.
Yeah, he's an amazing character. If he's not felt by everyone, he's most certainly heard by everyone. Yeah, what an incredible guy. I'm a big fan of his. I think he endears himself massively to people. And another American who's making his first appearance of the competition as well. Looks like Tony Jackson is adorning the goalkeeper jersey for Club Nacional. Didn't get on in their 2-1 defeat to West Bromwich Albion this morning, but he is looking like he will be involved in this one, so that's exciting as well. The voice of Powerchair football.
Yeah, absolutely. As mentioned, the defining moment of Western Sydney Wanderers came in 2024 when they captured their first ever APFA National Club Championship. A real defining moment, major breakthrough. Since then, they have struggled slightly at the 2025 iteration of the APFA National Club Championships held just a few months ago. They finished 9th out of a 10-team division, but the squad you're seeing here is, in the most part, the one that lifted the ultimate trophy in 2024. So don't understate the impact of Zach Dickey. Just want to say a huge thank you to everyone that's tuning in. I think it's round about 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Uruguay. Across in Sydney, Australia, this is just shy of 2 o'clock in the morning. So if you have stayed up or have woken up to watch this one, we thank you. Please get your comments, thoughts, and predictions into the YouTube chat. As the atmosphere builds here at the Prisme Bobigny.
It's been a long day, but a great day of Powerchair football. Same again tomorrow. Will there be drama? That's always the question. I mean, it's not out of the picture for Western Sydney Wanderers to make the semi-finals. Obviously, if they win here against Club Nacional, or Club Nacional for that matter, but especially Western Sydney Wanderers, if they win here against Club Nacional and then went away and caused an upset with Zach Dickey in the middle and beat West Bromwich Albion, who haven't been at their best at all this tournament, they would advance to the semi-finals, which would be a massive, massive statement from the Australians. It'll be a crushing pill to swallow for the English game as well.
I can see that Dimitri Leolio Davis of the Australian national team has stayed up to watch this.
Lovely.
So a huge thank you to him.
Dimitri, I was talking to Ben Kite yesterday for a while. Very infectious, very kind. All of the Western Sydney Wanderers players. I'm staying in the same hotel as them, and they've been lovely to interact with. They've spoken a lot about being here for not just obviously they want to win, but being here for a cultural and for a learning experience as well. Such a massive commitment, both financially and in terms of their time to get over here. A 30-hour flight. Yeah, it's been an incredible commitment. And from Zach Dickey as well, obviously. He's just come from his national championships over in America that finished this weekend. He's flown over here, arrived at 6 o'clock this morning, and he's here at 6 p.m, 12 hours later, trying to put in a shift. He will sleep well tonight.
There's no question about that. What incredible commitment from Zach Dickey, who comes from a rich Powerchair football family with rich in talent and ability. Jordan Dickey, no doubt, is tuning in to watch his brother on the global stage. But the final preparations, as you can see on your screen, Club Nacional de Football on the left. Francisco Wilde into Marco Diaz. If you haven't done so, I really encourage you to go and watch his equaliser against West Bromwich Albion earlier today. Such an unorthodox, well-executed finish. It's becoming a real trademark of his game. He almost shapes up to fire, rotate his chair one way, and at the last second completely reverts his intention to engage it with the other side of his bumper.
Yeah, I mean, we've said a lot about Zach Dickey, obviously. He's the player that people are really excited to see, that marquee player of this game. But yeah, we can't forget about Club Nacional. They were fantastic this morning, actually. I really do believe that they deserved something out of their game with West Bromwich Albion. They really did. They were probably the dominant side for 25, 30 minutes of the game. West Brom only having a couple of shorter spells.
Yeah, I don't think that's an unfair statement at all. They penned West Brom back for large part of that game, and West Brom's success only really come via those set-piece goals. But we are soon to be underway. I'll go through the starting squads of these two for Western Sydney Wanderers. They start with Jackson Taylor in goal. Zach Dickey is going to take that responsibility of that central orchestrator with Andy Waite and Ben Kite, the captain, on the wings. And for Club Nacional de Football, the voice of Powerchair Football, Tony Jackson, who there's calls for in the comment section for him to support with commentary. Sadly, his responsibilities are that of a player across this competition. They have also have Marco Diaz, the captain, Francisco Wild, and the impressive Charlie, Lucia Barbosa, who was brilliant earlier today.
Yeah, she really was. I knew she was a good finisher and a good attacking player, but it was the defensive side of her game that impressed me a lot this morning. Her ability to sort of cut out attacks. Yeah, she was excellent this morning. Really, really good, especially in the first half.
I think you're already seeing Zach Dickey, and that's fairly soft there from Steve Crump, who's our central referee, complemented by Caroline Goldsborough and Mark Simon Green. The fourth official is Nico Ballin. There has been questions around officiating today in terms of contact and the interpretations of the laws of the game and what's deemed aggressive.
Yeah, I'd personally like to see the games flowing a bit more.
Francisco Wild's going to try and sneak that ball past Jackson Taylor, but Zach Dickey very alert to that opportunity. You can probably be able to pick up his vocal command and his enthusiasm on the stream if the pitch side mics are loud enough. He's such an incredible character.
Oh, I'm laughing here. The scream of "Keep driving, Jackson!" as they were going along the line was hilarious. Yeah, as I said, he's one of my favourite players in the world, Zach Dickey. I think he's probably, people that he doesn't even know love him just because of hearing him and watching him play.
I know, working with Alex Dowding at the World Cup in Sydney, Australia, he is obsessed with Zach Dickey. His favourite player anywhere worldwide, would not stop talking about him. He is his personality, his enthusiasm is infectious, and he's just put it on a plate for Andy Waite. Couldn't quite guide it past Lucia Barbosa, but already what we was hoping, a fairly even, closely contested affair. Once again, the contact, this time of Lucia Barbosa. I hope this game can be run with a little bit of fluidity from the match officials, letting those little ones go to maintain momentum. But Zach Dickey, just shy of 3 minutes in, has a direct free kick into Andy Waite, too square from Dickey there. So Andy Waite, nothing more than a passenger to watch it roll off his bumper out of play.
Lucia Barbosa over this.
Again, a huge thank you to everyone who's tuned in across day two as Marco Diaz, this time with the orthodox shot and the ricochet off Zach Dickey, almost guided goal-bound. Jackson Taylor alert. But that's something we called for, Charlie, from Marco Diaz, is kind of the orthodox intentions and spin kicks. And it shows he has plenty of shot selection in his arsenal.
It does indeed.
This is going to be the key battle. Francisco Wild and Zach Dickey, two players who were representing their respective nations at the World Cup in Uruguay and Team USA. Both will be hoping to confirm their spot at the 2026 FIPFA Powerchair Football World Cup in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I think the Copa America, the kind of the qualification event for South America and North America, takes place later this year. And there's a nice deft touch from Dickey, out of play though. And I believe with Argentina being host, Charlie, there is 3 tickets available within that zone. So you're thinking Team USA, you're thinking Uruguay, and then there's a spot available for the likes of a Brazil or a Canada a Mexico even to confirm their place at the World Cup.
Yeah, it's a good chance. Mexico, I mean, that would be an unbelievable achievement if they could do that. I think. Yeah,
I think the proximity of Argentina and Mexico, you'd get a lot of Mexican support.
Yeah, you would. You really would. I mean, I can't wait to see the Argentinian support. That's going to be insane
On home soil.
Especially if they get into the latter stages, which I think they'll back themselves to do.
If Sydney was anything to go by, they're only going to be better. I know Colin Gordon now has an influential role within the coaching setup. So really intriguing to see that. We've got so much football coming up. As said, the qualification event for the Americas, the European Championships, the Euros, the FIPFA Nations Cup in September of this year. And I think there's an APO qualifier as well, where teams like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, maybe even South Korea are going to try and confirm their spots in next year's competition. Andy Waite. Back to Zach Zicky. No real options for him, so he has to try and lock that up in the dribble down that left-hand corner. There's no central pivot when he vacates that space, and that's something Club Nacional de Football are going to want to capitalise on. If they can draw Dickey out to one of the wide areas, it takes a little bit of time for either Ben Kite or Andy Waite to really fill that void. Lucia Barbosa now.
Yeah, Dickey's bumper is absolutely flying about. I don't think it's attached at the bottom. Not the bumper, his back number. Every time he spins, it goes flying up in the air. Fascinating battle to watch, and they already look so much better, Western Sydney Wanderers. They just look like they're so much more comfortable, so much more confident. Again, in my conversation with Ben Kite yesterday, he said that when Zach plays with them, he basically tells the wingers to just stay high and he'll get the ball to them and lock everything up.
But that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that when Zach is drawn out to those wide areas, who's picking up that central role?
Yeah.
You're seeing it within this performance. When Francisco Wild comes out, Lucia Barbosa predominantly is the one that fills that forward, as Tony Jackson's happy to let that roll out of play for a goal kick. We've had just under 7.5 minutes. We'll observe a water break in a few minutes' time. But an intriguing game and a very similarly matched teams. These are brilliant pass from Francisco Wild, controlled by Lucia Barbosa. Ricochets off the side of Zach Dickey's chair. High quality, both in terms of the attack and the defence there, which epitomised this game as a whole. Francisco Wild guided goal ban, and there's an opportunity not before a 2-on-1 was awarded in the favour of Western Sydney Wanderers, so a real let-off.
Yeah, it's just Barbosa.
Had Barbosa just vacated that space and gone right as fast and as far as possible, it could have counted, but hindsight is a wonderful thing. Francisco Wild over to Lucia Barbosa, a really credible opportunity here via this counter-attack, but Tony Jackson assured in his distribution and that clearance to keep possession in Club Nacional de Football's favour. Some appeals from Lucia Barbosa, who I think needs an adjustment with her chair. Gives us a few seconds to refresh, regroup. Tomorrow, an action-packed day here at the Prisme Bobigny. We kick things off with Raiders Powerchair against Tigres de Pacheco. The Argentinians looking to continue their impressive form. That is followed by Upsilon Chatenay Malabry against Club Nacional de Football at 11:30. Villeneuve versus Tigres de Pacheco in one of the games of the day will be contested at 2:30. At 4, Western Sydney Wanderers take on West Bromwich Albion, and we conclude with Raiders Powerchair against Aspire PFC.
So we have the water break, the customary water break. Now it's interesting, will we see another momentum shift after a water break? That seems to be the theme at the moment. Will we get that? Just feels like they're trying to really sharpen up Western Sydney. Obviously, they've not really had a chance to train with Zach because he's not been available. He's been in America and at the National League, so he didn't get to play in any of the friendlies that they had either. Feels like they're just trying to find their feet again. Obviously, they qualified with Zach in 2024, which is quite a while ago now.
Yeah, and it's been a difficult year since 2025's APFA National Club Championships. Saw them finish 9th in the 10-team division. Just for those unaware, due to the heat, the humidity, the intensity of this competition, at the halfway point of every half of football, we are observing a 1-minute water break. That has since concluded, so we are back underway. Club Nacional de Football with some territory in Western Sydney Wanderers half. But Zach Dickey, savvy enough to try and break that press of Lucia Barbosa. Zach Dickey down the line. Lucia Barbosa did line up to strike that ball all the way out for a Tony Jackson goal kick. Jackson down to Zach Dickey, his compatriot. Ben Kite has had little to no involvement in the 13 or so minutes we've played. That's something they're going to want to try and change as the game progresses. No real clear-cut opportunities as of yet, Charlie.
Not really. Both sides sort of trying to grow into this game. It's not a huge amount of quality shown so far. A lot of strength in the dribbling, and it's been very tactical, but yeah, the quality moments, the goal-scoring moments have been few and far between.
An assured clearance, and Ben Kite lets that roll all the way back. Tony Jackson does engage it, and some danger as Ben Kite tries to put that ball in the box. Heart-in-mouth moment for Club Nacional de Football, but Francisco Wild eventually has the chance to break and spearhead the counter-attack. The whistle is in the mouth of Steve Crump, who plays an advantage.
Kick in for Club Nacional. So yeah, a rather stale pattern to this game so far. Very, very cagey would be the word I'd use. That's a great pass from Zach Dickey.
Likewise from Francisco Wild. Lucia Barbosa was angled to send that ball goal bound. Some contact in the box. Goes in the favour of Western Sydney Wanderers. Lucia Barbosa is being called back, I think, by Steve Crump. They've adopted, the match officials for this tournament have almost adopted a 3-point system. You're given 2 warnings before the third results in a yellow card. The fourth, of course, a red. We've seen it adopted with a very high level of authority, and there's been a very high prevalence of yellow cards within this game.
Yes.
Not game, sorry, the tournament.
See, this hasn't been a game where there should be a yellow card, really. When you look at it, there's been very little in the way of contact fouls. It's been quite amicable, played at quite a slow pace, really. It doesn't feel like the kind of game where a yellow card's needed to calm things down at all.
Substitute, the first of the game. We'll see Jonathan Reyes come on in place of Andy Waite. I think Zach Dickey has really struggled to connect with his attacking wide wingers, and that disconnect has meant they've had no real attacking chances. Marco Diaz tries to sneak that in the post. There's an opportunity there.
Yeah,
I like Marco
that.
Diaz as a player. He's another that's been isolated. You see a lot of the Club Nacional football and possession be via Lucia Barbosa or Francisco Wild, but when Marco Diaz, the captain, has been involved, he's been really influential. Ben Kite's been set away. Would have liked to have seen him stay in reverse there, but still has the chance to trouble Tony Jackson. Lucia Barbosa drives into the side of her goalkeeper to prevent the space of the Western Sydney Wanderers captain. Zach Dickey. Jonathan Reyes now with the responsibility of that central midfielder almost. Lucia Barbosa does brilliantly to bypass him, and that's what I spoke about and referenced earlier, is that dropping quality in the centre when Zach Dickey is engaged out wide. Zach Dickey trying to keep it in play, so we'll win his side. The kick in, 2.5 minutes to go. Western Sydney Wanderers 0, Club Nacionality Football 0.
Yeah, really giving it a go in terms of getting forward. Western Sydney Wanderers, they're just not able to, when the ball gets wide to those wingers, they're not able to make it stick.
Tony Jackson, confident and comfortable in dealing with that Jonathan Reyes chance. Francisco Wild, a ricochet to Ben Kite, can't quite make the connection on the 180. The intention there, execution sadly wasn't quite.
Yeah, he's quite unlucky there. Definitely the right idea.
Zach Dickey down to Jonathan Reyes. Over to Ben Kite. Real opportunity. Can't quite pull the trigger. Without question, the clearest goal-scoring opportunity we've had all game. Had he just made the connection with a little bit more power and precision, Western Sydney Wanderers would have scored their first goal of the competition.
Yeah, it was such a good ball across from Jonathan Reyes. Really good distribution from the wide area. It was a good chance for Ben Kite, but they just couldn't quite get it off.
Jonathan Reyes cut off by Lucia Barbosa. He's the real unsung hero of this side. Zach Dickey's going to want Jonathan Reyes to occupy one of the wings. There's a slight bit of confusion. As already mentioned, I don't think Jonathan Reyes quite knows where to position himself. And a really good opportunity here for Western Sydney Wanderers via indirect free kick to open the scoring in additional time.
Big cheer from Zach Dickey because he knows how big of a chance this might be, and they're going to go for something potentially a bit spectacular here as well.
Zach Dickey has to go via the chair of an opponent or teammate across the box. Calmly dealt with by Francisco Wild. Over to Jonathan Reyes. Good interception by Francisco Wild. Marco Diaz trying to pick out Lucia Barbosa's end-to-end stuff here. Just lacking that real bit of quality. I think Francisco Wild deemed an aggressor there, so he'll be on a warning from our English referee, Steve Crump. Down to Jonathan Reyes. Across the box, over to Ben Kite, to Dickey. Ben Kite trying that kind of full spin. Zach Dickey into the box, blocked by Tony Jackson. But that is half-time, and it's all square, 0-0 between Western Sydney Wanderers and Club Nacional de Football. Both sides have had a fair share of possession, with momentum shifting regularly throughout the opening 20 minutes. Western Sydney Wanderers have shown a little bit of fluidity, mostly spearheaded by Zach Dickey, but he's really struggled to connect with his wingers. Club Nacional have looked organised and purposeful in their build-up. Lucia Barbosa, for me, standing out at the back. She's confident, she's in handling those pressure situations. But while clear-cut chances have been limited, there's a real sense that either team could really take control with a moment of quality. Thank you for all that are tuning in to myself and Charlie McClellan. We will be back very shortly for the second half of the final game of the day in the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup between Western Sydney Wanderers and Club Nacional de Football. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Prism Arena for the final half of day 2 at the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. It's still all square between Western Sydney Wanderers and Club Nacional de Football after a cagey first half. 0-0 at the break. Both sides have shown flashes of quality, but clear chances have been few and far between. Charlie, give me your thoughts from that first half.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've summarised it pretty well. It was very cagey. Not a lot of moments of real quality, not a lot of chances. I think Zach Dickey is really finding his feet. Makes sense. He's probably very tired from the travel, but he's grown into it. And I think Western Sydney Wanderers would probably be my favourites to take it.
I think you have to see the level of performance that Club Nacional produced against West Bromwich Albion earlier today to know they are no pushovers at all. And they can produce very high-level Powerchair football against any and all opposition. So just based on the form from their first games, you're probably saying that Club Nacional are the favourites in this one. But it's not necessarily how it's played out. Very even, very closely contested. But in the opening few minutes of this second half, Western Sydney Wanderers have a nice opportunity.
Could we not have cleaned up the spillage at half-time? Wait till a minute in so we can all stand and watch them do it.
Andy Waite reintroduced in place of Jonathan Reyes into Zach Dickey, locked up by Francisco Wild. Club Nacional de Football win the free kick to be taken by Lucia Barbosa. Slight miss hit.
Very intelligent player, Zach Dickey. Very intelligent. Picks up the right position 9 times out of 10. Really controls the game. Western Sydney Wanderers have looked so secure this game. They've not really been threatened a lot at all.
No, that's a very fair statement. I think that when I recall the action from the first half, my thoughts immediately go to that Ben Kite opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, that probably should have been made more of than it was, but they've not been able to just find that moment. I wonder if, you know, set pieces will be their friend in this one. Zach Dickey, as an American, is obviously very well versed with set pieces. That is sort of their trademark thing over there, is they, with the dead ball, they are so creative and so efficient and consistent. And you think that Zach Dickey may be able to implement that, because Western Sydney Wanderers definitely have the quality to pull off some quality routines.
Very vocal communication from Zach Dickey.
Andy Waite is very far down that.
And he was very obstructed by Lucia Barbosa, so the option to try and find the number 2 winger is always a strange one.
Yeah, it looked to me like that was always going to get blocked, no matter how powerful the pass to Andy Waite was. Lucia Barbosa will sit there and do the exact same thing again, you'd assume, if they do it.
Andy Waite. Into Zach Dickey. Almost to be expected, but a clear decrease in intensity when compared to earlier games. This is a lot more tactical than games we've had thus far in day 2 of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. 8 teams from 6 countries playing from Monday, June 23rd to Friday, June 27th, all with the hope of being crowned Powerchair Football Club World Champions.
This is better from Nacional.
Yeah.
On the front foot.
Barbosa. Engaged by Zach Dickey. Bypasses Barbosa, flick to Andy Waite, pick off back to Zach. And that is a really good opportunity going via all three outfield attacking players of Western Sydney Wanderers. Of course, spearheaded by Zach Dickey, the assured pick-off you're seeing there from Andy Waite, the crossfield ball, the return favour from Ben Kite. I think it should or could have been a little bit more selfish. I don't know if the intention was to put it back on a plate for Andy Waite. But either way, the best opportunity of the game so far. And it shows when teams get their passing going, they can prove really, really effective.
Yeah, that was really good. Much better from Western Sydney. The best football of the game, definitely. Very entertaining.
Single substitute on the bench for Club Nacional. That of Nicolas Pulas, who I thought was impressive in their earlier game, as Barbosa sends it towards Jackson Taylor. Strong applause from the Australian contingent in the grandstand, as Zach Dickey just forces the ball up the court. You can probably hear that cheer of the American after winning that corner. Zach Dickey, back to Andy Waite, returns the pass across the box, slightly too square into the side of Francisco Wild.
Kick in for Western Sydney Wanderers.
I think they are growing
they are
in
the
confidence.
ascendancy 100% in this game. They are really taking the game to Club Nacional now. Club Nacional don't have that same, I don't really have the word for it, but that same sort of aggression and that same, they were a lot more dynamic this morning. They seemed a lot quicker and more on it. They don't, it's a bit lackadaisical from Club Nacional so far this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly a slight drop-off.
I mean, it must be a tough day playing in the first game and then the last game.
Very much so. I don't think people quite consider that when they're referencing performances and form. Strong play from Francisco Wild. It's almost, there's nothing Zach Dickey can do to prevent the advancement of the Club Nacional number 9. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, great dribbling play. Battling away Francisco Wild. He's not one to shirk a challenge. But Zach Dickey stayed with him and just did enough to stay in the fight the entire way.
Much better. That's a little bit of that passion, that aggression that this game is calling out for. Marco Diaz, as was the case in the first half, little to no involvement, and that's disappointing from Francisco Wild. No one will be more disappointed than him. They have to make opportunities such as that count, and on that occasion, just wide of the left-hand post. We've played 29 minutes. Western Sydney Wanderers nil, Club Nacional de Football nil, and we are fast approaching the water break of this fixture at around 10 minutes in.
I do see there being a winner in this, though. I'm going to call it early. I do think that one of the sides is going to take this.
I think it's been so even in terms of possession, attacking intent, chance creation. I think Western Sydney Wanderers have had 2 now. Ben Kite has been on the receiving end of both of them in the first half. Didn't quite have the power to trouble Tony Jackson, and the more recent opportunity, I think he was almost caught in 2 minds as to how to engage the ball, whether to pass or shoot, and that moment's hesitation proved the difference. But we are observing this water break now. You're seeing the coaches of Club Nacional de Football just communicating their instructions and their messages. We've got Facundo Montanez, Bruno Diaz and Daniel Wild on supporting their efforts. For Western Sydney Wanderers, their coaches Jess O'Connor, Javier Camano and Craig O'Connor. But they're out early, ready to capitalise on momentum, which I think is probably going in their favour. Whilst I'm drawn to that Francisco Wild advancement up the court, beyond that, Zach Dickey has been dictating possession, but not necessarily the success.
Yeah, he's probably just about got the better of that central battle, but until someone starts dominating it.
And that's a really good opportunity. That's the unorthodox shot selection that we've seen from Marco Diaz across the competition. And that was their best opportunity. Another attempt at goal across to Lucia Barbosa, who's going to engage the ball back to Marco Diaz. Cleared off the line by Zach Dickey. All of a sudden, Charlie, this game is burst into life.
What is it about the water break? Whenever we come back, the game just comes alive, as you said. Wow, what a move that is. And oh,
so unfortunate for Marco Diaz. That would have been the goal of the competition so far. Yeah. I think he's already got it for the goal he scored against West Brom.
He's got to try and put it more in the corner, though. He just lets it hit him and bounce into the middle of the goal. If he puts it in the corner, there's no way Zach Dickey gets across to save it.
I know.
The big celebration from Zach Dickey tells you everything you need to know, though. He went away screaming. He knows how big of an intervention he's just made for his side.
And that is what we've been crying out for all game. Just a moment of magic, quality, and it all comes via 2 or 3 really clinical passes. And that success was bypassing Zach Dickey, which has proved a challenge. Yeah, but I hope they can capitalise and use that to their advantage now. They're on the front foot, and the water break, I'm not sure what was said by their coaches, but it seems to be inspired as Western Sydney Wanderers look to turn the tide now. Ben Kite vacating the space well to allow Zach Dickey to occupy.
But if Club Nacional are wanting to turn on the style and play some slick passing moves, then I'm all for it. It'll make for a fascinating last 10 minutes or so. Here he goes again, Francisco Wild. Such a good dribbler, really good to watch in terms of dribbling, really unique, got such strong control of his chair.
That's unlucky from Lucia Barbosa, who flicked out of her chair. She put so much intention on that. But you're seeing they are going for everything here in desperate pursuit of those 3 points. Great game of football this is turning out to be. And we have about 6 minutes for one of them to really take this game by the scruff of the neck. There's appreciation in the comments section of the famous Zach Dickey headband.
I love it. It's great.
That's the piece of signed memorabilia I want. I'm very fortunate to have a signed Valentino Zegarelli shirt from the Sydney World Cup, a John Bolden shirt. I think a Zach Dickey headband would be a perfect addition.
He looks like he should be like an action man. He's got that sort of like such a distinctive look that they make Powerchair Football action men. Zach Dickey is 100% the one that I want to see. Potential 2-on-1. So that stoppage may have just slowed down the intensity of the game slightly.
Yeah, Jonathan Reyes preparing to re-enter the court, probably once again for Andy Waite, who takes possession. Back to Zach Dickey, quickly engaged by Lucia Barbosa. Flicked to Andy Waite. Francisco Wilde and Lucia Barbosa, for that matter, they're like the great disruptors. So frustrating to play against. Slight miss-hit from Jonathan Reyes. Puts it into possession of Lucia Barbosa, but the quality of Zach Dickey able to ensure Western Sydney Wanderers advance up the court.
Well done by Zach Dickey.
I don't have to watch it back. Obviously, the headsets that we wear are fairly noise cancelling. We hear ourselves and we hear one another. So we're slightly unaware of the ambience and the crowd noises and the player interactions. But even with that, you can hear Zach Dickey communicating his messages, his passion, his enthusiasm.
We are very close to final chance territory now. Marco Diaz, who I think considered doing something weird and wonderful before opting for a more traditional pass.
Here we go. This is the opportunity. He strikes it. His timing is excellent. On that occasion, you have to give credit to Zach Dickey because Lucia Barbosa was on the alternate wing, ready to capitalise.
Yeah, he makes very strong connection, Marco Diaz, every time pretty much. That's a good ball, well dealt with by Zach Dickey.
The angle that we're at, Charlie, that was going towards the goal. That was the opener. Zach Dickey with a crucial clearance there.
Yeah, this is going to be a good final 2 minutes. A late winner here would undoubtedly send one of these two sides into absolute raptures.
Yeah, it would. There's contact there. Marco Diaz deemed the aggressor. I think that's his first warning of the game. So escapes without a yellow card. But not long left. A minute and a half plus any additional time. You have to say, Charlie, I think a point apiece is probably, on reflection, the fairest outcome.
Yeah.
It's difficult to say. I mean, Ben Kite had 2 opportunities. There's been one real clear-cut opportunity for Club Nacional. On the balance of probability, it's an opportunity and a crucial save from Jackson Taylor. Just when we're kind of concluding the game and talking about clear-cut chances, again, arguably the greatest of the game, Francisco Wilde with the timing and connection. Jackson Taylor, what a save.
Yeah, it's a poor delivery from Zach Dickey into the middle of really nowhere, and then Francisco Wilde snaps on it in the middle. He always has that in his locker, a little bit of magic.
Over to Marco Diaz, nicely left by Francisco Wilde in the centre. This game has really been about moments. There's lulls in the quality, but within split seconds, we're seeing moments of magic.
Yeah, he really... Yeah, I don't know why Marco Diaz didn't go with the front of his... Well, went with the front of his chair there. I would have liked to see him get a bit more power on it. I don't really like when players use the front bumper in that situation.
He's so prone to using one of the sides of his bumper. Something that you would say to him is using that front bumper a little bit more assured and a little bit more accurate.
Well, here we have, this is a big chance.
Yeah, we've ticked over into additional time. Francisco Wild, indirect free kick as Marco Diaz and Lucia Barbosa in support. It goes to Barbosa at the back post. She keeps it live in the penalty area of Western Sydney Wanderers. Strong play. I thought Marco Diaz had done just enough to vacate the space there, but Steve Crump awards a 2-on-1. And surely Zach Dickey's distribution has decreased in its accuracy as the game's gone on, but it's to be expected if there's fatigue in play. Zach Dickey into Francisco Wild, lets it roll to Marco Diaz sensibly. Really nice play, nice intention there. There was no malice in that, so I don't want to see any cards be given as a result of that contact from Francisco Wild. And thankfully, I think that is the case.
I don't even think the foul's been given. I think it's just been given as a kick-in.
Even better.
Let a tackle be a tackle.
If I was to push you for a player of the match, Charlie, who would you give it to?
I'll be after full time, because I think if anybody scored the winner, they'd instantly jump to the top of my list. It's been that kind of game.
Yeah, it is really waiting for one individual player to seize the headlines. And that is the full-time whistle.
No headlines were seized. It's really hard to give a player of the match. I mean, the most involved players were probably the two middle players, Francisco Wild and Zach Dickey. I think Zach, the improvement of Western Sydney Wanderers since Zach has come in today has been so easy to see. So I think Zach Dickey probably gets the player of the match for me, but even he probably didn't perform to the standards that he would want to in a game like this. So yeah, it's a 0-0.
Yeah.
It was a game with not a huge amount of quality. It was a game that felt like it was a bit of a tired performance from definitely from Club Nacional. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow for more, but yeah, it was a goalless draw to end the day, and not many moments of flashpoints either.
Yeah, perfectly summarised. cagey, evenly balanced affair throughout, both sides showing clear improvements from their opening fixtures. Possession was shared almost evenly, and as you've already said, Charlie, that midfield battle proved crucial in determining the rhythm of the game, but neither side gave much away. Zach Dickey back in the starting lineups for the Wanderers, looked bright in moments, showing composure, trying to link up the play, but ultimately struggled to create clear openings against a disciplined Club Nacional defence. Ben Kite had one of the game's best chances in the second half. At the other end, Marco Diaz, who impressed with a brilliant goal in their earlier match, continued to look dangerous, constantly probing and trying to make something happen. Lucia Barbosa was everywhere on the court, so I want to give her a particular shout out, but in the end, neither team could find the decisive touch, and a share of the spoils is probably a fair reflection of a match that was competitive, that was strategic, and finally balanced. This draw means both now sit on 1 point apiece in Group A, and barring an upset in the final group games, looked most likely to contest Thursday's placement fixtures, but today's performances from both sides will give them belief heading into those matches. It has been an incredible day here at the Prisme Arena at the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. I will pass over to Giovanni Bernabé Capra, who has Zach Dickey. See you all tomorrow.
What is your feeling about that match?
Yeah, no, it's a really, really talented team. Lots of national team members. It's always an exciting opportunity. And then they brought in Tony Jackson and made their team even more dynamic with a really elite goalkeeper back there. Big fan of Tony. He's been watching him play for a long time in the States. But our goal was really just to try and counterattack, right? We had a few opportunities doing that. And I think we're really going to start putting them away towards the end of this tournament. I was making good reads most of the game, but then Francisco started to get tricky, man, and I lost a lot of those balls, and they really had put some good chances on us, too. It was a blast, though.
Last little question. I mean, I can see that your wheelchair has a lot of add-ons. Are these add-ons helping to win?
Yeah, so I want to shout out Auburn University, my club team back home and the university that I work for. The engineering department worked really hard on these new fan systems. So yeah, it's been a blast testing them out, and I'll tell you what, this hot gym is really putting them to work. So yeah, it's been a blast. Yeah.
Thank you, Zach. I look forward to see you play tomorrow against West Bromwich Albion. And now I'm gonna have a player. Podemos decir también un jugador del Club Nacional de Fútbol. Tony, do you want to do this interview in English or in Spanish? We're gonna make it in English. So Tony, I mean, I saw that with Lucia Barbosa and all of your teammates, I mean, this game was tough, but you could have won this game for a little, little more.
Yeah, we had a lot of opportunities, especially in the second half, to win this game. But credit to the Western Sydney Wanderers and Zach Dickey. I mean, he's an incredible player, and they have some really talented players on their team. So it was tough. We both went back and forth, and it was scoreless at the end.
Okay, now let's try to think about tomorrow. What will be, I mean, I don't want you to tell the secret, but what will you do against Upsilon Chatenay Malabry tomorrow? Do you have, some kind of thing you're going to do?
Well, really, I mean, they're a very good team. They have a lot of French national team members and former national team members, so they're super talented. So it's really about just making sure we cut off the passes, because we know they're going to pass a lot in the game, and just being patient out there and then taking advantage of the opportunities that we have when they come.
Well, thank you for this little interview, Tony, and see you tomorrow. Mesdames et messieurs, on se retrouve demain à 10h sur la chaîne de Bein Max 5 pour le match Rayados contre les Tigres de Pacheco. Demain, 3e journée de cette FIPFA Coupe du Monde des clubs. Donc, soyez prêts sur les antennes.